think we're good on everything. I think. Should probably enable all these again. Hold on. I think this is, yeah, hold on. There we go. Okay. What's up, people? I've been lazy. I wrote one tiny little blog post, and that's it. I guess I did. I mean, it was Christmas, right? I guess I did also do that. But, yeah. Oh, speaking of Christmas, I got a teleprompter, a nice fancy teleprompter. I cannot use it while I am streaming without, I'd have to change everything about my setup, and I messed up my tripod because I put it on it, and now it's higher than it should be, but whatever. More importantly, though, caffeine, baby. I got Monster. It's all I need. All I need, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks for the sub, Kyle. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I don't know. It might run through some of the subs that I got. Yep, I'm assuming. Yeah. Thanks for the sub, Christian. I love YouTube. I love it. You know what they did? Rumble at least finally added. Or I don't know if Rumble did it or if Restream did it or whatever. But Rumble finally has integration with Restream and my the program I used to display all the different chats, which is nice. It's less work now. I don't have to make a YouTube stream and then make a Rumble stream, and then Restream will automatically do basically all the other streams, except sometimes Twitter breaks because Twitter's Twitter. But it should be a little lower. It should be like this, but it won't stay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Monaco to Kosovo. I'm assuming. Oh wait, do I need Serbia actually? I do, right? Yeah, Serbia, and then what? Austria, Hungary. I'm gonna need. And Germany. Does Monaco border France? It does, yeah. Okay. Doesn't even border Italy. Okay, good. Trivia round. I can do it. Okay. Fuck. Okay, well, I know that's France, that's Germany. Pretty sure that's Hungary. I think that's Austria. This is Serbia, and I'm pretty sure that's Monaco. Okay, genius. Goated. Not even a challenge. Make it harder next time. Nigeria. Okay, that's too hard. I don't want to do that. Okay. Dude. This shit, since we live in insane clown world. Insane clown world. Dude, I can't believe all the H1B1 Indians are stealing jobs from hardworking Americans. Oh boy. The half of conservative Twitter has been as mad about the notification about the dumb shit, the Indian immigration. Kill me. Indian immigration is great for America. This isn't ambiguous. The new MAGA coalition has officially had its first internal debate, and it's over H1B1 visas. Jeez, I can't speak. It started when Trump appointed Sareem Krishnan, I think that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. Former Twitter exec and Andreessen Horowitz partner to be senior AI policy advisors. Krishnan, I'm mispronouncing it horribly, but whatever, has been a vocal supporter of skilled immigration. This angered some right-wing activists, including anti-immigration group that calling itself U.S. Tech Workers, as well as Laura Loomer, Charles Haywood, and MAGA shouters. Why is it U.S. Tech Workers? That has to be like the most like astroturfed organization, right? No shot. David is determined to see the appointment of Sriram Krishnan, a senior policy advisor for AI at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. It's alarming to see the number of career leftists who are now being appointed to serve in Trump's admin when they share views that are in the direct opposition of Trump's America First agenda. How will we control immigration? I'm assuming she meant we. In our country and promote American innovation when Trump appoints this guy who wants to remove all restrictions on green card caps in the United States so that foreign students, which make up 78% of the employees in the G7, there's no way that's true. But I mean, if it is true, it's not even like a bad thing. But I assume she is also just making that up. Can come to the U.S. and take jobs that should be given to American STEM students. Lump of labor is my passion, okay? This is very troubling. Mind you, none of the tech executives who are meeting with Trump and getting appointed in his cabinet supported him in 2020 or during the 2024 primary. I feel like many of them are trying to get into Trump's admin to enrich himself and get contracts at the DOD. But there's no risk of any like rent seeking and that stuff when it comes to like Elon Musk or when it comes to Vivek Ramaswamy. Like if they are both billionaires advising Trump along with the whatever 12 other billionaires that are supposedly advising Trump, like there's no, do we not think there could be some conflict there? America's for Americans. Everyone else, get the fuck out. Various figures on the tech right, including Elon Musk, David Sachs, and Joe Lonzo, gamely stood up for Krishna and for the idea of high-skilled immigration in general. At least Elon knows about this. At least he's good on this. The fixed vibe fallacy is at the heart of much wrong-headed economic thinking, which is true. He's right about that. There's essentially infinite potential for job growth and company creation. Think of all the things that didn't exist 20, 30 years ago. When it comes down to this, do you want America to win or do you want America to lose? If you force the world's best talent to play for the other side, America will lose. End of story. Real. Tremendous practice in Student X, which basically become the in-house conversation for the American far-right trolls, including the pathetic, persistent groupers, jumped in to attack Indians as a group, and Indians jumped in to defend themselves. Meanwhile, more intellectual discussions shifted to H-1B1 visas, which, although not the same as green card issue that Sarum was talking about, has become a focal point of right-wing pushback against high-skilled immigration. The debate over high-skilled immigration, Indian immigration specifically, and programs like H-1B1 are closely related, increasingly so in fact. Most H-1B1 workers are Indian and make up a plurality of foreign-born STEM workers. Indian workers have become far more important than Chinese workers to America's strategic high-tech industries. And although Indians are now the second biggest group of foreign-born residents in America, behind Mexicans of course, they are the most successful. By many measures, their median household income far exceeds that of any other group, and Indian Americans are now influential, well beyond STEM in the tech world. For example, in politics, Kash Patel has been nominated to head of the FBI, and Vivek Ramaswamy is helping to lead the new Department of Government Efficiency. Even Vice President J.D. Vance's wife is Indian, although people are upset about this too. Although Indian Americans still lean a bit towards the Democrats on average, they're becoming more evenly split between the parties. There are a substantial number of Indians on the right now, despite the presence of another faction of the right that doesn't particularly like Indians. So the debate over skilled immigration is actually just part of a broader debate about the fast-growing role of Indian and Indian American people in the U.S. elite. But first, let's talk about skilled immigration on its own merits. H-1B workers are good for American tech workers and for American workers in general. First, let's point out that skilled immigration overall is very important and good for America. Elon Musk is right when he says, if you force the world's best talent to play for the other side, America will lose. Here are 2 no opinion posts that lay out the case exhaustively. In fact, the American people pretty strongly agree. A recent Pew poll found that an overwhelming majority of Americans place a priority on letting in highly skilled workers. Which, yeah, because obviously. Other polls found the same thing. But the H-1B is a little different. Technically, H-1B is a non-immigrant visa. You can only work in the U.S. for 6 years before returning to your home country. In practice, many H-1B workers apply for employment-based green cards while they're here, which is one reason why people refer to H-1B as an immigration, but it's really a guest worker program. The question is whether those guest workers hurt American workers in the tech sector. The U.S. lobbying group, U.S. Tech Workers, would certainly have you believe so. That group does not represent any organization of actual U.S. tech workers. It's an arm of the Institute for Sound Public Policy, a political pressure group set up by Kevin Lynn. Lynn's experience in tech industry amounts to about 2.5 years doing business development for a couple of startups in the early 2000s. He doesn't appear to have ever done the type of job that an H-1B worker might be hired to do. His co-founders have even less experience in the industry, so it's just a nativist group that claims to represent a class of workers that it doesn't actually represent. Yeah, crazy. On a theoretical grounds that the presence of foreign workers hurts American workers. But is that theory holding any water? The basic idea is that an influx of foreign labor is a positive supply shock of tech workers. When supply goes up, price goes down. That's Econ 101. Now I have to remind readers that immigration as a whole doesn't seem to decrease native-born wages, and that's true. Immigrants don't just work, they also buy stuff, and that increases demand. That increase in demand roughly balances out the increase in supply, but in a specific sector, immigration definitely could decrease wages for the native-born. If you let in a ton of STEM workers, they could drive the price of STEM labor down, while demand for local goods and services drive up wages in other industries. In this case, American labor as a whole wouldn't be affected, but American STEM workers would get the short end of the stick. You goon for Kamala? Of course, Grand Designs Enjoyer. Welcome back. Anything she needs, okay? Do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Interestingly, though this doesn't seem to happen in practice, the H-1B program involves a lottery system. So by comparing companies whose applicants win the lottery with those whose applicants lose, we get a very good randomized natural experiment that can teach us how the H-1B program changes the fortunes of companies. On top of that, there have been occasional changes in the total number of H-1B visas, so we can also look at the results of those policy changes on companies that are more dependent or less dependent on H-1B workers. Anyway, sorry, geez, I can't speak. Anyway you slice it, it doesn't look like H-1B workers hurt the native-born, even when they seem to be in direct competition. Maida et al. 2017 found that when H-1B numbers were restricted, employment for similar native-born workers didn't rise. Mahajan et al. 2024 found that companies who won H-1B1 lottery didn't hire fewer H-1B like native-born workers. They conclude that lottery wins enable firms to scale up without generating large amounts of substitution away from native workers. Kerr et al. 2015 found that when companies successfully hire more H-1B workers, they employ more skilled native-born workers than before. Puri, she, how do I pronounce that? And Sparber, 2015, look at the city level instead of the company level, found that increases in STEM workers are associated with significant wage gains for college-educated natives. This could help quiet fears that companies that hire H-1B workers are outcompeting companies that hire mostly native-born Americans. And so on. It's possible to find papers that conclude H-1B workers displace similar native workers, but they're few and far between. How are these results possible? One possibility put forward by Maida is that H-1B workers and native-born workers just do different jobs. There's a low degree of substitutability. This is similar to the argument that immigrants take jobs that native-born workers can or won't do. Can't or won't, Jesus. But I think there's another force at work here. Industrial clustering. It's a well-known fact that companies in knowledge industries, tech, finance, entertainment, biotech, tend to cluster together in cities. Why? When you have an area with a lot of high-skilled labor, high-tech companies will find it easier to hire everyone they need in that area, so they'll pour investment into that location. This is why Silicon Valley remains dominant in the IT industry, despite the Bay Area's very high cost and dysfunctional governments. It's where all the engineers live, so companies want to invest there. The same is true at the country level. If America weren't home to so many talented software engineers, for example, the tech industry wouldn't be much would be much more reluctant to invest there. Software would be relatively easy to sell from Bangalore or Hyderabad. Where is this? Yeah, India. What an awesome name. Okay. Instead, companies make it in San Francisco and Palo Alto because of their concentrates of talent. Thus, H-1B workers could actually be reinforcing America's overall advantage as the place where high-tech companies want to invest. This increased investment naturally benefits native-born tech workers as well. In fact, there's some evidence for this theory. Glennon 2023 shows that when companies are prevented from hiring H-1B workers, they start investing in other countries instead. How do multinational firms respond when artificial constraints and alien policies restricting skilled immigration are placed on their ability to hire scarce human capital? Firms respond to restrictions in H-1B immigration by increasing foreign affiliate employment, particularly in China, India, and Canada. What's up, Chris? Merry Christmas. Welcome back. The most impacted jobs were R&D intensive ones. For every visa rejection, multinational companies hire 0.4 employees abroad. It would be interesting to see studies like this done at the city level to see the spillover benefits from more H-1B workers living in an area, but the evidence is strongly suggestive of a hire them here or hire them there effective H-1Bs. If investment, again, this is my argument for free trade. Okay, if you don't want immigrants here, you know it's almost as good as immigration. Free trade, baby. Free trade, baby. Wouldn't letting in more high skilled workers help low skilled workers? What's the mechanism for that? I don't think it necessarily hurts them, but I don't know. I mean, like, they make technology that benefits everyone. In theory, if you let in a ton of high skilled workers, you could see wage compression, I guess. Also, welcome back, Copeland. Okay. If investment dollars go overseas instead of staying in the U.S., American tech workers are not going to benefit. Also, Dimmock et al. In 2019 found that startups that manage to hire H-1B workers are a lot more likely to have a successful exit. Startup failures pretty obviously don't benefit native-born tech workers. And of course, there are plenty of startups that wouldn't even exist without founders who use H-1Bs to get into the country, not to mention the beneficial discoveries that wouldn't have been made, or at least not in America, without H-1B researchers. In other words, Elon is exactly right about this. No, we need more, double that number yesterday. The number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the U.S. is far too low. Think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit the top talent wherever they may be. That enables the whole team to win. In fact, Elon should know he worked in America as an H-1B visa in the 1990s. Side note, the fact that Elon's been so, I don't know how to pronounce this. What the fuck? Okay, well, I can context clue what it means, but I wanted to know how to pronounce it, Google. Thanks. Insistent here, instead of rolling over for the MAGA base, like some other tech folks did, should make people a bit less willing to believe in evil Elon theory. Calling for more skilled immigration, even in the face of right-wing rage, is a very pro-America move. Of course, this means that the H-1B program is, none of this means the H-1B program is perfect. In fact, there are at least two reforms that basically everyone realizes would be good. The first is to make H-1B visas more easily transferable, so that foreign workers could hop from job to job more easily without losing their visa, but this probably isn't nearly as severe as people think. Matthias and Lucas 2010 found that once you control for observable deterministic skills, H-1B workers actually get paid more than similar American workers, not less. That means they're generally not being forced to do the same job as a native-born worker for a lower cost, as some allege. The second and more important reform is to implement a minimum salary for the H1B. Right now, some of the available visas get snapped by low productivity service outsourcing companies for low-level employees instead of being used to hire high productivity engineers, managers, etc. That needs to stop. And the way to do this is to only offer H1Bs to workers who will be paid high salaries. Of course, raising the overall cap on H1Bs would also help this problem a lot. Somehow, I don't think the rabid critics of that H1B program would like to do that. Anyway, the overall point here is that H1B, the H1B program is good on economic merits, not just for U.S. companies, but for their high-skilled employees as well. But after reading multiple days of right-wing social media backlash against skilled immigration, I'm not too sure the economic merits of the program, or even economic fortunes in the United States of America, are really what they have in mind. Tweets like this have been sadly common. I'd rather the U.S. slide into a economic/technological backwater than deal with the preponderance of third-world genius/saints. Oh, awesome. Our native stock is only overlooked because we are too expensive for the corporate academic world. And much harder to coerce. Real, so real, brother. As so often happens, I think what we're dealing with is a battle over America's cultural and racial identity, which some people only feel comfortable talking about in terms of economic impacts. The MAGA backlash against Indians is very bad. What? By the way, look at this guy. He's just chilling here. He's been sleeping here for like 3 hours. He's so chill. He's such a chill dude. Over the past 2 days, I've seen a lot of tweets like this from right-wing ex-users. Above all else, Indians in America want more Indians to immigrate here. They openly want to grow their numbers, power, wealth, and influence as Indians. This is a natural impulse, but it's fundamentally at odds with the historic conceptions of American citizenship. Kill me. We need to deport all those people to the sewer they crawled out of. Oh, awesome, great. The Indian hustle goes like this. They come over using H1B visas to steal an American job. Real. Then they import more like them. They take over middle management, only hire Indians. Eventually they become CEOs. Their only superpower, importing more obedient Indians. That's it. Based real? Of course, as you can imagine, upon the comments from pseudonymous Reddits were more vicious towards Indians. The animosity toward Indian immigrants in particular is something I've seen with increasing frequency on the nativist right over the past few years. Here's what University of Pennsylvania law professor Amy Wax said in 2022. Here's the problem, she said. They are taught that they are better than everybody else because they are Brahmin elites, and yet on some level the country is a shithole. They've realized we've outgunned and outclassed them in every way. They feel anger, they feel envy, they feel shame. It creates an ingratitude of the most monstrous kind. Awesome. And these bigot attitudes could be spilling over somewhat into everyday society. We find 31% of Indian Americans believe that discrimination against some kind of Indian origin is a major problem in the U.S., while 53% think it's a minor problem. Measuring respondents' lived experience with discrimination reveals that 1 in 2 American Indians report being subject to some form of discrimination over the past 12 months. The right is to denounce Indian Americans on social media, believe that we face a choice between a cohesive nation with rich social ties, cemented by bonds of common heritage, and an atomized nation where cohesion is sacrificed on the altar of higher GDP base. That's what I want to do. At least that's what Localist tells me, I think. So they believe that by excluding people who aren't Americans or America's noble founding stock, we can restore civic trust, stop people from bowing alone, and so on. This is abject fantasy. Perhaps in a nation like Japan or Sweden, where a sense of hegemony has been cemented over centuries, and big waves of immigration are relatively recent, something like this could make sense, but the United States has been an immigration field polygon since the very founding. Wow, kickbot, let's go. No sooner had British Americans created a country than it was inundated by Irish Catholic immigrants, causing vast anti-Catholic backlashes and efforts at large-scale deportations. I haven't heard people actually try to deport them before. No, it's just an Amazon book. Well. These had barely died down when tensions began to rise in the late 19th century over the arrival of Indians, Poles, Jews, and other East and Southern Europeans en masse. Today's anti-immigrant freakout is the third since its founding. So she decided to try to strip down America's population to its founding stock. Who would you include? Do the Italians get to stay? How about the Vietnamese refugees who came in the 70s? Or the Irish part of America's core population? Or Papist interlopers? What about Mexican Americans whose ancestors came in the 1930s? Where did he draw the line? What about someone who looks entirely Asian, but who was an ancestor who sailed on the Mayflower? I need your help with something? What, Brass House? Spilled. Searching for an ethnicity that represents the true or core American stock is like peeling back the layers of an onion. Once you get to the center, there's nothing left. In practice, any effort to ethnically purify America will just turn the nation against itself. The battles over Indian immigration on X this week will become a template for our daily lives. If you think that dealing with woke people calling you a white supremacist at work in 2018 was annoying, imagine spending all day wondering if the U.S. government will declare your ethnicity a peripheral to the American Nationalist Project. Naturally, you would spend a lot of your time fighting to make sure your ethnicity ended up being in a circle that the purifiers end up drawing. Daily life would thus be reduced to racial conflict. Trying to learn how to stream, it's not, download OBS, hit the start streaming button. Oh yeah, I think you don't even have to do the shit with the stream key anymore. I think you can just link your YouTube account or Twitch account, and then it automatically does stuff for you nowadays. I just have my Restream account linked, which Restream just lets you mirror your stream to a few other places. Americans do not want this. OBS, yeah. OBS, Open Broadcasting Software. That's what basically everyone uses to stream. This program right here. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? Yes, the majority voted for Trump, but that was because they, technically, Noah Smith, okay, only a plurality voted for Trump. He only got 49.9% of the popular vote, okay, not a majority. Get fucked. But it was not because they thought he would racially purify the nation. In fact, his victory was driven pretty much entirely by defections of Latinos and Asians from the Democratic coalition. It's doubtful that those swing voters imagine Trump as an ethnic cleanser. And I predict confidently Trump won't be an ethnic cleanser in a second term. He flirted slightly with the idea with his Muslim ban, but ultimately backed off. So what do we think Trump will do to the H-1B? I really don't know. I think, I don't know. He's got, I took a walk to Paula. What's up, Scotty B? Welcome back. He's got Elon Musk in one ear, and he's got Laura Loomer in the other ear. I don't know. It depends. We'll see. We'll see. I really don't know. Bring people on the Brass House channel and talking shit to the masses? What does that mean? What? Talking shit about who? There was and is simply no national appetite for converting America back to an ethno-state. It's just a few right-wing activists screeching about their Indian co-workers on social media. In the old days when I grew up, we used to simply call out that sort of thing as racism and thus exile it from polite society. Beyond the taboo or centuries of history of contentious nation building and self-definition, we learned from the experience that a polyglot nation can't constantly think about who are the country's true sons of the soil or paralyzes itself with conflict. You lol. Unironic? I don't know if that's a joke. I can't tell if that's ironic or not. If I go to your channel, we're gonna see non-fawn exposed videos. Not Scott. I did not mean to go to Scotty B pimping. I didn't know you uploaded shit, Scotty. You got 500 subs almost. You haven't uploaded any. Wait, what if I go to live? Well, 9 months ago. Where's the non-font exposed? Anything shot down a plane? I don't know a ton about it. Seems plausible that it's Russia, but also seems possible that it wasn't. I don't have a strong opinion. I would say like from the stuff I've seen, it's like I don't want to say it's likely it was right. From the stuff I've seen, I feel like it was probably Russia, but I don't have a strong amount of conviction in that. Now, after the 2010s, racist is an overused insult. It is such an overused insult that's applied towards basically anything. Social media created its own opportunism, where anonymous teenagers clawed for status by constantly finding new innocuous things to call racist, while progressive activists devalued the term by applying it too broadly. This robbed the world of its power to righteously condemn the kind of people who go on social media and declare that Indian doctors and CEOs are a bunch of third world mud people who will pollute the blood of our nation. So yes, all the racism against Indians now pouring out of right-wing circles is very racistly racist. Racism from a bunch of racists, Jesus. But saying that is no longer sufficient to make it go away. But at least some people on the new tech right are now realizing that what kind of tiger or perhaps leopard they've chosen to ride. The Trump movement of 2016 had a reputation for being full of racial nationalist bigotry for some reason. It might have been exaggerated, but it wasn't just a progressive fantasy cooked up by newsroom staffers and the New York Times. Now, if you're a tech founder who supports Trump and spends all day posting on X, your daily life involves your sole political allies denouncing your Indian friends and co-founders and employees and calling for mass deportations. Well, such is politics. Meanwhile, in the real world, Indian immigration and their descendants are at hard work making America an even better place, and I would very much like them to continue. Noah Smith is so unfavorable to his opponents, based, because he's always correct. Well, these people, I feel like it might be fair to be pretty unfavorable to you, but I know what you're talking about. Like, I read the MMT article or whatever, but not 200 right now. Theoretical model, which H1B workers place in it born, but his model is only as good as the assumptions into them. They don't tend to include things like clustering effects, generative theory versus high quality data economics. Go with the latter. What? I saw, I didn't watch most of it because I had it on in the background. What does Ryan Macbeth say about the plane?
Did Russia shoot?
But I feel like you should always try to attack your opponent's most defensible position rather than just assuming they all have the least defensible one. Well, he went over the more defensible position first and then went to the, also a lot of these people are just racist.
Down an Azerbaijan Airlines jet. On or about 8 a.m. local time, December 25th, 2024, in Baku, Azerbaijan, an Embraer 190 took off on a routine flight with 67 passengers and crew en route to Grozny, Russia. Never made it there. Said it crashed in Aktu, Kazakhstan. There were 29 survivors, and apparently they were all from the plane's tail.
I'm always right, Captain.
But what happened between the takeoff and its eventual crash in Kazakhstan is kind of up for debate. Now, a few people have said that the plane was damaged by a Russian air defense missile. There appears to be some evidence to indicate that. One quick note before I get started, YouTube loves to demonetize my videos, and I don't run t-shirt ads on sensitive topics like this. So if you want to see the full video, it's available at ryanmcbeth.substack.com for free. But if you toss me $5, I would sure appreciate it. This is also probably going to get shared a lot, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Macbeth. I'm a software engineer and intelligence analyst for a private company. I also have a master's in engineering management, which is kind of like an MBA for engineers. About half of that degree program for engineering management is learning how systems fail, specifically aircraft and nuclear power, because we have a lot of good examples on that. If you are an engineer and you don't own the Field Guide to Understanding Human Error by Sidney Dekker, you need to buy it right now. So let's see if we can take an intelligence-based approach to this, and then maybe we can try to figure out how this plane failed from the video and from the flight tracking evidence. First off, the Embraer 190 is a regional jet that's manufactured by the Brazilian aerospace company Embraer. It's part of the E-Jet family that was introduced in 2004. And this is a safe modern jet. Also note that jets rarely just fall out of the sky. Usually accidents happen when there is a change in conditions, when you're taking off or landing. Those are the two big times accidents happen. And a lot of times it's a result of pilots not following procedure, not mechanical error. And since this crash occurred during landing, let's take a look at some notable landing accidents for the E190. In 2010, an E190 owned by Hainan Airlines of China crashed short of the runway, although an investigation reported that this was due to the pilots ignoring the minimum safe visual distance for landing in fog. Okay. In 2018, an E190 owned by Air Lufthansa of Kazakhstan suffered a loss of flight control, where the plane pitched up and down for several minutes, although this was due to an incorrect aileron control cable system installation. But keep that one in mind, because the video I'm about to show you shows the plane pitching up and down. Now, the actual video is about 2 minutes long. If you want to see the full video, including the crash for some reason, you can find that at ryanmcbeth.substack.com. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'm just going to show you a little bit of the plane's oscillation.
I don't know if I can show it on YouTube if he's not willing to, but...
Now, I actually looked up the weather conditions in Grozny on December 25th, and there was fog. But let's take a look at the route the aircraft flew, and this is from Flight Radar 24. Flight Radar 24 tracker loses track over Mrs. which I'm probably pronouncing incorrectly, and it picks up the track again west of Aktau. Now, here's Baku, here's Grozny, here's Aktau. For some reason, these dudes were told to divert, and they flew 296 miles to another country, Kazakhstan, over the Caspian Sea. I mean, for that length of trip, they could have flown back to Baku. Now, there are two airfields that could have handled their aircraft, Mr. and Magas. Mr. had light snow, but supposedly the snow cleared up, although I don't personally know what the runway conditions were like on December 25th at that particular airfield. However, I think you can assume that Russians probably know how to clear snow off runways, right? Now, Magas Airport had fog and mist, so it's certainly possible that the only airfield available was Aktau. But again, why didn't they fly back to Baku? We'll get to that. We'll get to why they may not have flown all the way back to Baku in a second. Now, video from inside the plane shows that oxygen masks have dropped. Normally, this only happens when there's a loss of pressure from inside the plane. So why would there be a loss of pressure? Well, if you were hit by a missile where fragments actually penetrated the cabin, that could certainly cause a loss of pressure. And also note that this flap track fairing was damaged. Flap tracks are these little pods that hold mechanical systems. They kind of look like a canoe, at least the fairing does. And they retract the wing flaps so that you have more surface area at low speeds, like takeoff and landing. Now, this indicates to me, this damage in the flap track fairing indicates that the aircraft was damaged on the left of the aircraft. If you look at some of the pictures inside the plane, you can see damage on the left. And it also appears some shrapnel flew through the cabin and hit an overhead compartment on the right. Now, if we take a look at the outside of the plane, we can see the damage.
Like this, what is the... I mean, like, what's the alternative to it being Russian air defense or whatever? What are, like... I haven't seen... I feel like I have not seen many other good explanations, which, again, I don't have a high level of conviction, but, like...
This is the survival.
Just like intuitively, it feels.
Tail section. The plane is upside down. And in this video, you can see penetrations in the tail where it would have been on the left side if they turned it over. So was it an attack? Now, some people on Twitter were saying that there was a Ukrainian drone attack on Grozny just as the plane was approaching. Maybe. There has also been some reports, and this came out of the Wall Street Journal, the plane was at 25 minutes before landing at Grozny. That doesn't make much sense to me because this was only a 1-hour flight. And that would put it a little over half the way there. So you're not looking for threats coming out of Azerbaijan. You're looking at threats coming from the
Whoa.
Whoa.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah. How do you feel about the conversation where I just, we were debating communists and socialists and proving to them that unions are cringe, child labor is based, capitalism is good, all that.
I mean, it's interesting. I need to update my knowledge of capitalism, but
yeah.
I thought it was good. I thought it was interesting.
I remember saying something funny that you really laughed at, and I forgot what I said. Fuck. My bad. Damn.
Wow.
That's right. No, but yeah, I don't know. It's just annoying to see like very low IQ people be like, "Oh, unions are totally perfect." Oh my god, that fucking girl, which was like Look, I'm not saying unions are perfect, and then 2 minutes later, it's like unions have
They
never
haven't
done
done
anything
anything
bad for
bad in a while. Like,
you. Yeah, like,
kill me.
dog, shut up. Right now, they're leading protests against like AI. Okay, AI is based, it's liberating, it's
I
technology.
know. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my
What's your
God.
dude? It's so cringe to me. I don't know if you hold this opinion too, but like people who like that, like hating generative AI has just become like so like mainstream or
Yep.
whatever. Like I was just like
I agree. I
I'm
have a word for it. I call it AI phobic. Okay, like these
AI
people,
phobic. Yeah, I
AI
know.
phobic. No, I
It's
mean
like
it's truly it's like reactionary.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
I'll just
just
be
like,
like
look, I
watching a
mean,
podcast and
I
they're
don't like
like,
the
"Can you
art style.
believe this Netflix show used generative AI? That's so cringe." And I'm like, "Does it
Oh,
real like who? Does it matter?
wait,
Like,
my
what's
cat,
the?"
my cat. Give me a second, my cat. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. My kitty, my crazy kitty.
This crazy fucking kitty.
No, do you know the Instagram account where it's like, I love you, crazy kitty?
Yeah, I
I
do.
love that.
Yeah. How's it feel to
I love
have a cat less well behaved than mine? You know, mine just like sits here and he just chills all day.
Yeah,
He doesn't
yours dumb, mine's smart. Okay, when you're smart, you're hyperactive.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's true. But either way, I mean, I don't know. That was a fun convo in the VC that back then, like 2 hours ago. Because it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to talk to like. I don't want to be super inflammatory and elitist, but I think it's really hilarious where I'm like, look, I'm just high IQ and high human capital, and when I talk to people, I think they're really retarded. So I just gotta say outrageous
I
stuff
didn't
to
cook
see
that
like who
okay.
thinks emotionally and who can like incorporate controversial claims into their analysis. Like that
I
that is
mean,
kind of what I'm doing. That is kind of what I'm doing.
as long as you're okay with having the publicly disliked role, then
But I don't have it anymore. I don't have it anymore.
oh, you
I
don't
asked
really?
for it to be removed. Yeah.
Wow, you're gonna get it back immediately, but okay.
I might get it back like in 2 days, yeah. I am publicly disliked there. But yeah, yeah. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. It doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Jesus was publicly disliked and he's God, so.
dude, you know that oh, that is true. Um, I don't remember. There's this like TikTok like debater dude. Sometimes he does good debates like anti-Trump debates sometimes, but he also has like weird like communism debates, whatever, and it comes up on my YouTube short sometimes, and it
What's his
infuriates
name?
me. I forget his name. He's a I can probably find him. If I just look at like TikTok capitalism debate, it'll probably come up because it's like my last watched.
Really?
Oh, it comes up with
Look at
fucking
your
Destiny
history then.
videos.
You can look at your history on YouTube.
You're gonna expose me if you're watching mommy ASMR.
Oh no. Wait, did I show you the meme with the YouTube button?
No, I don't think so. No.
Yeah. So I just look, it's a crazy story, okay? I was on my phone 2 days ago, okay? And then I just saw they added this button. When did they add this button? I've never seen it.
This
When
guy,
did
I
they
found
add?
him. The
Here.
microphone. Yo.
Yeah, you see this button? When did they add this? It's like crazy, no?
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Sabrina Carpet.
Oh, wait, don't look at my history. Don't look at my search history. No. Oh, I've seen this guy. Yeah, he's brain dead.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, bro. He comes up with my shorts, and it's like he has this one. I've seen him use this argument multiple times, where he's like, "Capitalism requires that you hoard resources because if you can't hoard resources, then who's gonna buy from you? People, if you can't hoard water, people just go to the pond and drink water." It's like,
That's
oh my
true.
god, kill me. It's like even with water, there's clearly value added there when like you bottle it and purify it.
No, also, what's
Like,
wrong with like saving?
I know it
What's
kills
fucking
me.
wrong with saving? I mean, also, this motherfucker probably hoards resources, right? I mean, he's fat, so he's probably. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm not going that. That's wrong. That's
Clearly.
wrong to make people.
Yeah, but it's like he'll use that. Obviously, socialism is more efficient because under capitalism you hoard resources, and that's not efficient. And it's like,
Whoa.
well, that's not really
Whoa.
what efficient means, buddy. But okay.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are low IQ. I mean, look, most people, and I feel like so many people on TikTok are just communists. It's crazy. I don't know. I mean, I guess TikTok maximizes brain dead and like brain rot material. So, like, Marxism is just like slop, and MAGA is just like slop, and they both are popular.
Yeah.
And like, if you make a high IQ liberal argument in favor of like enslaving children, you need to. It's correct, but it's like high IQ. You need to have high IQ, and just by the nature of IQ, few people have high IQ. Or fighting in an
Unfortunately.
uphill battle, not fun.
Yeah, it's always I don't know how to make the liberal takes brain rot enough so people listen to them. Like
That's true. That's true. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, yeah. I should be less inflammatory. I should.
dude,
But
my mom told me to swear at people less in my debates at Christmas.
yeah, does she watch? Is she a fan?
Apparently she's seen some stuff.
A non-fun.
I don't know.
Non-fun.
Yeah, mom fun. I don't know how much of it she watches, but yeah, she was
Yeah, I
like,
mean, you
"Oh,
should swear at
it
people less.
it
I mean, you should
detracts
be
it
more
detracts
critical.
from your point when like you yell at people." I'm like, "But they deserve to be yelled at. They do. They don't know anything. Like they
You read
deserve to be
the,
made fun of."
did you see my
Okay,
chat debate on the economics or whatnot? Someone asked like, "Why is communism bad?" And I explained it.
what'd you
Right.
say,
And they
son?
said like that sounds mean. And I was like, good, I was going for that. And
Oh
it's like,
yeah,
well, you might convince less people if you're really mean. And I was like, yeah, maybe, but some people deserve to be mean, like be treated meanly,
they
It's
do.
like,
If I don't like, I gave her the example. Like if I'm talking to someone about tariffs and like they say like tariffs are paid by other countries or something, which I don't, not many people have done. But then, like, they
yeah,
deserve to
exactly.
be made fun of. Like, then they deserve to be called an idiot. Like, you have to embarrass
Exactly.
them.
My
Like,
threshold for like being mean to someone is for them to be like, wait, I have this position, and there are hundreds of thousands probably of people who gave their life to it, to this field, and they virtually all think what I believe is brain dead. Could it be that I'm wrong? No, no, it cannot be that my TikTok slop beliefs are wrong. It must be that all these hundreds of thousands of people who got degrees in this field, who read infinitely more than me, are just all biased, and it's all like, either like fucking liberals or like capitalists, whatever, pick your poison if you're a MAGA or a commie or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. These people deserve to be made fun of. There is no reasoning with them because they don't accept reasoning. It's not a different methodology. It's like trying to fucking play Mario with a screwdriver. That's not, you're solving two different problems. But
yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. At least it's funny to be like, oh, I'm a communist because I want the means of production to be owned by the workers. I'm like, one, that's socialism. Second, communism is a crazy terrorist death cult that is anti-liberal, and I think that's bad. It's like, oh, why does it have to be terrorism? And I'm like, one, it's bad enough that it's anti-liberal, and also it is terrorist. Look at what Marx said. Well, I don't have to believe everything Marx said. It seems like you believe nothing that Marx said, which is good, except for like you should believe the child labor stuff. That's based. But like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. What are you planning on debating?
Well, I have that debate with Fabian tomorrow.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's right. About healthcare of all things.
Yeah, the prompt is, I think technically the prompt is healthcare a human right? Which I'm assuming we're going to just
Oh,
immediately devolve
yeah,
into
man.
like entitlement theory shit, and it's going to be so cringe,
Well, I
but
don't
whatever.
I don't know what a human right is. Really, I don't know, people use that term loosely. Yeah. I just think universal healthcare works better than not. Like, that's all.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I really hope we don't debate too much about like rights or whatever. I'm just gonna be like, can we just like see how it could be like utility maximizing to have like a public option? Can we just like
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. be very careful because he's like very bad faith, I think. Well, I don't know if bad faith, but he's like LQ, okay, low IQ. Or LI, I guess. LI, low. LIQ, low IQ. And I'm HIQ.
How can you say he's low IQ, bro? He's literally read Human Action. So.
My bad, my bad, my bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's gonna be hard. Debating like Austrian type brain dead end caps, it's like I don't know. I would not debate like if healthcare is a human right. I would rather debate something like, taxation or whatever. Even
Yeah, I
taxes or
know.
theft is boring because like maybe taxes are theft, but it's like taxes are bad. That's what I want to debate. But then it's normative ethics and,
If anyone's going to
whatever.
be autistic about the rights part, he probably is, Kelvin.
I mean, ask
Okay.
him this
Which is
question.
why.
Ask him this question, okay? Look, ask him this question. If it's like 100 children are about to die and the only way to solve it is by stealing a penny from a rich
Oh,
guy.
I mean, he'll probably bite the bullet on that one. And he'll just
So
be
the
like,
NCAP
okay, but
response
would
99
you
times out of
rape the
10,
girl
99
who's
times out of
powering the magic machine that makes the society a utopia? And it's like, yes, yes, I would.
Yeah,
Gotta
first of all,
say.
yeah, maybe. And second of all, I don't need to commit to utilitarianism being universally true. I just need to find a counterexample to show that your ethics are wrong. And also, it seems like utilitarianism is more true than not, right? Like maybe you can find some things. Look, a couple things I can say on that. But it's these points are too high IQ for someone like Fabian to understand, okay? One, under the assumption that morality is something real, it's a feature of the world that is real, our intuitions about morality are not going to be good evidence about what's true, right? Like for example, if like under the assumption that the Earth is like
Also,
has a
that's true.
shape
Cat
independent of
tricks.
us and whatever, then like saying, well, you think the Earth is a globe? That's super unintuitive. That's crazy. You think we're like a ball in space? That's not. It may be unintuitive. It may be, but it's like not. That's not going to be good evidence. Whether it's true or not, it's not going to be
Yeah.
good evidence,
Speaking of that, by the
right?
way, did you see
Yeah.
the final experiment thing where they
Yeah,
finally
I saw.
they went to Antarctica? Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't. What have all the flat earthers said about it?
I don't know. I don't care. They're low IQ. But either way. So yeah. So first of all, intuition is not going to be good evidence under the assumption that morality is real. Um, but regardless, that's a really like complex argument for people to understand because if you're a low IQ, you are an intuitive emotional thinker. You don't think in like systems. You think in like, oh, this good, this bad. Oh, I like this or like I don't like this. Right? So that's gonna be the first thing. Second thing I would say is like, yeah, I need to just falsify your theory, right? Because like if you object to like, another thing, 99 times out of 10, the NCAPs say, oh no, it would be bad to steal from the rich guy, but I would do it, and I would think they should get due compensation as a result. I'd be like, yeah, I don't care what
Wow.
you think should happen after that or blah 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 blah. I'm just saying you want to commit to the claim that it's bad to steal one penny to save 100 people. Like that's right. Like I don't care about compensating later and if you would still do it. Just that you're all you're telling me is that you don't do something you think is bad. Then you either don't really believe it or it's like you don't have the willpower. Like I don't know. But it seems like something everyone like it seems just obviously good, right? Like if someone did that, we wouldn't like think, oh, they're a bad person. Like we would think, oh my God, they're an amazing person, right? So I just don't buy this NAP low IQ nonsense. Um, Also a bunch of Rothbard is crazy. Um, I don't know if he's gonna appeal to Rothbard type shit, but like Rothbard also believes in like that's unrelated, okay? But Rothbard, you know who Rothbard is, right? Yeah.
I know.
So
I haven't read or anything, but I know. Yeah.
like the author of anarcho-capitalism, okay?
Yeah.
So he says like unrelated to the debate. You don't need to bring it up, but he says something like oh my God, I heard a big boom. Okay, from Gaza probably. Um, Either way, no, I'm not joking. I'm 30 minutes away, right? Either way, he says something like, if the police capture a criminal and they torture him, okay, and they get some information, not a confession, because a confession can be coerced, but some information. Well, if the criminal turns out to be guilty, then the police should be exonerated. But if he turned out to be criminal, they should be like, sued or whatever, right? Like they can use torture if the guy's guilty because he lost his non-aggression principle in the first place, right? He's a criminal. He's
Oh,
like,
of course.
yeah, they never violated a right because he didn't have the right in the first place, right? And shit like that. So that seems dumb.
What's the
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna.
what's the response going to be if I mention like, hey, healthcare has like basically like every market failure we could have. Like, there's imperfect competition. Like, there's obviously information problems. Like, what's the
I mean, it's gonna be true, and I don't think he's gonna respond well. I mean, he might say stuff like he might if you say the word market failure, he might short circuit anything. He might think you're just talking about monopolies, and he might talk about like how monopolies cannot exist under capitalism and whatnot. So maybe he would short circuit and talk about that. He might, yeah, I don't know to what extent he knows about information asymmetry, right?
sure
Like, he might try to do another thing when you're low IQ, you might try to do reductios. So it's
debating
like,
Fabian
oh, you
liberty?
think information, well, but information asymmetry exists everywhere, right? Like, for example, if I employ you, you don't know my middle name, so that's like something I know, but you don't. So
I
that's
will shoot
information
myself
asymmetry, and you
before
want the
doing that.
government to own that
Jonathan,
as well.
okay.
Like, I don't know, whatever. Like, he might try to do low IQ stuff, and then you should be able to prepare for the low IQ stuff. Um, I don't know what he would do, but I mean, it's a good point to bring up, right? But I don't know how much it's conducive to the proposition. I would rather just say, well, like healthcare is a human right in the sense that it's something that we ought to strive to make universal because it maximizes human experiences. But I don't, to be clear, I don't strictly commit to the notion of like a human right as like something that like that which is defined by the UN or whatever. Like that's
Yeah,
what I
that's
would
what
say.
I was basically planning on doing. I wasn't like, I was going to be like, the way I interpret the question, it's just like, kind of like, ought we provide some like minimum standard of healthcare to people? And it's like, well, I think the answer
Yeah.
is pretty clearly yes, because
Yeah.
for like
And
the
then you should have like
consequences of not
studies
doing
on
it are
him.
really bad. Seems
Look,
like
I
when we
mean,
do
what I
it,
would do is maybe this as well. So first of all, did you see his debate with like the Omni guy? No, you didn't.
no.
He had a debate. I can send you that debate. He had basically a debate on utilitarianism, kind of. It's a good thing. I can send it to you. It's an interesting thing.
Sure.
Um, um, yeah. So that might be worth watching because it's a lot about morality and whatnot, and he kind of gets crushed. Okay, so well, it's not obvious that he gets crushed because the guy he's talking to is nice. But yeah, he
Wait,
makes
what
some
does
sort of
Hayek
points.
say in health
If
insurance?
you can follow. So it's gonna be the first thing. The second thing is the best strategy might just be to like yeah, make your claim explicit like that, and then just cite a bunch of studies, not in a Gesh Gallopy kind of way, just
He's
like
gonna,
make a
bro, studies?
exactly. So the best thing to do might be like make first of all make it explicit what you mean, and then try to support that narrative and sprinkle studies along the way, and
For what?
then
What do you mean study,
probably wait,
bro? He knows
and then
a
he's probably gonna
priori
be
that these
more.
studies are
He's gonna
false.
wait. So he's probably gonna be. So if you sprinkle a bunch of studies, he might do two things. One, he might like try to do the anti-intellectual, anti-empirics type of thing, and then you should be prepared to debate that, right? Because empirical claims require empirical evidence, right? But also, he might try to talk about other things, and then keep in mind in the middle of the debate, or maybe
Thanks for
like
the
two
follow,
minutes
Vampire
after
Hunter.
he
Appreciate it.
pivots,
Welcome to the stream.
just be like, wait, but I did bring up studies. I did bring up empirical information. I'd love to see how you can rebut it, right? Like just harken back to that because one, that's something that convinces a neutral observer, right? Like a neutral observer is not going to be happy with like Fabian just saying, "Oh, you actually don't need studies. You know this a priori from just like, dreaming about like Mises or something, right?" So that's like something very convincing. That's a good talking point when you talk to Austrians. And two, it is rhetorically effective, right? Like, oh, I cited studies. Can you address that? Something like that, right? And also, it avoids all the low IQ like, well, what about more like morality? Because like, if I aggress upon you, I'm violating you, but in the sense of like hape, blah blah blah, like bullshit, right? Like that's what I think. What I would do. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll send you the debate he had. It's an interesting one.
Yeah. Send me
And
anything you
then
have on healthcare and like libertarian entitlement theory. Like I have some like Matt Brunig stuff about
I
that
don't
too, because
have
I'm assuming.
I don't have a libertarian entitlement theory. What I have on healthcare is basically almost everything that Micah had in his like I agree. Micah shared a video where he scrolls through his points on healthcare reform.
Hmm.
I basically agree with all of it. I can send you that video if you
Yeah, I
want.
have some of Micah's blog posts about healthcare.
Well,
I've
there's
read
the
through one
blog
of
post,
them.
and there's also he shared his Notion page for the healthcare thing.
Oh yeah, link that. Yeah.
But he shared it as a video. I can link that too, no problem. So there was that, and there was also, yeah, I have stuff on argumentation ethics. I'll link it to you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Cool.
yeah,
Well, I'm
child.
assuming at some point we're gonna get to like, oh, do you have a right to other people's labor?
Yes, he's gonna
Clearly,
100% bring that up. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yep.
I'm assuming there's gonna be entitlement theory stuff that I'm gonna have to know, and yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. So 1 second. Here are my links about argumentation ethics. This is what I have in my notes, right?
Yeah.
And then one of these is like this is the debate. This one is the debate. 1 second. This one is the debate, okay? Um yeah, and on healthcare, 1 second. Economics and policy, healthcare. I'm just scrolling through my notes. Yeah, here's the video. How do I download? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, let me send you. This is like Micah's, but I don't think that's going to be super relevant to the debate because it's mostly healthcare reform. It's not about like whatever. But here, this is Micah's notes from like a year ago because that's when he shared the screen. But yeah, I'm gonna go. My brain is mush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
If you ever see a communist in a VC, call me, okay? I'm in Dean's server. I'm in Dean's server a lot. Like I did a lot. It's a very progressive server, but like one where like a lot of liberals as well. So it's very fun. I feel in my natural element.
Okay.
Like the swag guy, he's the goat, bro. He's here, right? He's in this server, right?
Yeah, he's in this server. Yeah.
How did you meet him?
Because him and one of my chatters, who's also in a Convoy server, Copeland OK, who's an MMTer, was talking about endogenous money, and I didn't have a strong opinion on it or anything, and then somehow Swag got informed about that and joined the server to talk about it. I forget exactly.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's fun. Yeah, endogenous money. I don't take a position. It seems like it's exogenous, but what do I know? Well, no, I'm sorry. Seems like it's endogenous, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, either way. Whatever. Anyway, well, I'll see you later, but I'm gonna go to sleep. My brain is truly broken.
Okay. Talk
like,
to her.
Broken to the point where I'm like laughing at this meme, okay?
Oh,
Give me a
boy.
second, let me download it. Here, this fuck ass meme, okay? Check this out. It's based, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah.
A resolution, airstrikes. Bomb
Wow,
them.
incredible.
Bomb them.
Yeah, I'm gonna
bomb
go.
them.
But yeah, have fun. Bye.
Bomb them again and again.
Poor kitty. Oh, cheap viewers on streamboo.com. This guy's so lazy. He's so fat and so lazy. Bro, are you good, man? Okay. There's no reason why in a society which has reached a general level of wealth as ours, the first kind of security should not be to guarantee all, without endangering general freedom, that is some minimum food, shelter, and clothing sufficient to preserve health, nor is there any reason why the state should not help organize a comprehensive system of social insurance in providing those with common hazards of life against which few can make adequate provision. Wow. Base Hayek, base quote snipe. Oh yeah. I didn't watch most of this. I skimmed through a little bit of it, but Hayek obviously is an idol of liberal economic policy folks for a whole batch of reasons, not least the central premise that a road to serfdom, that the source of democratic policies being pursued in the United Kingdom and elsewhere in Europe during and after World War II would open the door to totalitarianism. But it's more than a little jarring to hear him invoke a opposition to healthcare bills. To a healthcare bill that's, if anything else, less ambitious than the sort of thing he's talking about here. Yeah, this is how you debate Austrians. You just quote snipe them with dumb shit other Austrians say. Or base shit they say. Okay, I'll read that sample. Wow, localist. Welcome. I can tell you're here because we had a moderator do their job, guys. This is a big day for the non-fun stream. It happens sometimes. Maybe it's like debating creationists where you use the Bible quotes again. It is. That's what, yes. It's exactly the same as debating. I haven't debated any creationists on stream, I don't think. But, well, Minar's a creationist, and I think I've talked to him a little bit about it. But, I mean, Minar is Minar, right? So, I don't know. You think the universe created itself? I mean, what? Crazy. No atheist has ever pondered that one. Oops.
The Northwest. So we'll learn more about this as they pull the flight recorder data, which from what I understand has been recovered. Now, there is a video, and this video is new, just showed up. It supposedly shows a Ukrainian drone attack going on in the Grozny region on the 25th. So we know that Ukraine did attack Grozny with drones on the 25th. So that is possible that a drone attack might have been going on while the plane was trying to land. Now, I also found the approach data for the Grozny airport, and you can find this on my Substack if you want to read it. Based on the documentation, it looks like there's only two ways to approach the airport. One runway and one's under construction. You can approach from the west and you can approach from the east. So if I were going to put a SAM system somewhere to protect Grozny and the airport, where would I put it? Well, the threats are coming from the northwest. That's where Ukraine is, the northwest. So you would most likely put a surface-to-air missile system north or northwest of the airport, kind of facing the direction of the threat, which would be from the northwest. So if you're concerned about drones as opposed to ballistic missiles or aircraft attack, which a place like Grozny would have to be concerned about, you could probably get away with a lighter system like the SA-22 on the Pantsir. So let's follow these assumptions and see if we can narrow them down using ICD-203, which is the standard in the intelligence community for analyzing probability. First off, there's a non-zero chance that the plane might have suffered some sort of mechanical problem that was not related to being hit with a Russian missile. Planes crash during wartime as well. Now, I'd also like to say that safety violations happen during wartime too. So there is certainly a possibility that someone disconnected a cable or didn't connect something correctly during maintenance, and that caused some sort of mechanical problem at a very crucial time during landing. But what is the probability of a plane suffering a mechanical problem during landing? And there appears to be that there's only one case of this, and that was back in 2018 on the Embraer 190. And that also doesn't explain the holes in the tail and the flap track fairing. So I would say that the odds of this plane suffering some sort of mechanical failure is very unlikely. Now, what are the odds of it being fired at 25 minutes from landing, as one report said? I mean, 25 minutes from landing would put it around here. If you're a Russian radar system, you're looking for bad guys in the direction of the northwest. You're not looking down towards the airport. You're not looking down towards Azerbaijan. So I would say the odds of an aircraft being hit in mid-flight is unlikely. So what if we were approaching from the east? Could this plane have been hit by a missile? Probably not, because remember, the damage is to the left side. Any missile attack would most likely be coming from the north because you're protecting the airfield from Ukraine from the north. So that would have meant the plane would have been damaged on the right side. So I would say, using ICD-203, that a missile attack on approach to runway 26 has almost no chance. But if the plane were approaching from the west toward runway 8, while there was a simultaneous Ukrainian drone attack going on, then I believe, according to ICD-203, it is likely that the plane could have been hit on approach, either accidentally by a missile or from shell fragments of missiles exploding nearby. And it would have been hit on the left side like we see in this damage. So if it did happen like this, why did the Embraer 190 fly all the way to Aktau? Now, some people said that Russia could have directed it there in the hopes it would crash over the Caspian Sea and eliminate any evidence. I don't know about that because it implies coordination. Like in order for conspiracy theories to work, like everybody has to be super competent and on the same page. And so like the missile crew, the air traffic control crew, and the officers in charge of air defense all would have had to come up with an airtight plan and all agree to it and do so under duress while a plane is limping along in the sky. So I don't see that happening.
I think Ryan
but here's why the flight might have been delayed.
Yeah, I mean, I like his. I mean, it's obviously. I don't even want to say research in this field, knowledgeable, and do we classify him as an expert? I'll call him an expert, as much of an expert as you can be for YouTube, like in this field. So, like, yeah, I mean, I like.
To Aktau. Like I said before, there's two airfields which could have accommodated the plane, Magas and Misodoroni. Magas is to the west. That's where the attack is coming from. It's probably not a good idea to fly back into that mess, right? So why not Misodoroni? Well, the airfield might have been snowed in. Perhaps the crew didn't want to take a chance on crash landing on a slippery airfield with a broken jet that might have been leaking hydraulic fluid all over the place and was hard to control. Remember, crashes happen when what? There's a change in conditions, right? And so maybe these pilots are like, all right, let's try to prevent the change in conditions for as long as possible and get ourselves to a safer area. So it could be that Aktau was the closest, safest airfield because if they tried to fly back to Baku, you'd have had all these mountains under you. So at least the pilots had the options of, all right, we could try to do some miracle on the Hudson landing in the Caspian Sea if we absolutely have to. But let's not change the conditions of flight until we're over the safest airfield possible, which in this case might have been Aktau. It sucks that this happened. What's really sad is that if this really was a missile attack, Russia could have prevented it simply by stopping the war and leaving Ukraine. It really is that easy. This area of the world is heavily Muslim, Azerbaijan, and this area in Russia, Grozny, which is the Russian semi-autonomous state of Chechnya. This one dude on the plane recorded himself saying the Shahada, which is the Muslim profession of faith. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his messenger. Muslims frequently say this to prepare themselves for death. But this man lived, alhamdulillah. And, in the Quran, there's a line, Surah al-Baqarah 220, which goes, indeed, Allah is over all things competent. So, sometimes it pays off to trust in God. But it looks like this plane may have been hit with a surface-to-air missile, specifically on the left side, most likely while approaching runway 8. Again, this full video is on Substack. This might get demonetized. Inshallah, it won't. So if you can toss me $5.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I just don't. Presumably, there's something like out there that could have done it, but like, I just intuitively, it just like doesn't really feel like you could get the kind of damage it had with anything other than like missiles, or if not a missile strike, then it's just shrapnel from stuff exploding nearby it. But like, that's just an intuition I have. He's more knowledgeable, but he says the same thing, so it must be right. Okay. Okay. I don't know how relevant those will be. I feel like these will be more relevant, so. Do you seek transgender surgery? Only for children under the age of 12, I would say. I don't seek it for myself. I just force it upon children. Yeah. I'd say that's my position. Argumentation ethics is stupendously idiotic, and much so that anyone who believes it is either 13, afflicted by severe libertarian motivated reasoning, or unable to reason. Why do you do this? Because I am a democrat, and the demons are coming inside me and make me evil, and they make me support everything that is evil and reject everything that's good. Yeah. There are 510,000 athletes in college. Less than 10 of them are transgender. Yeah, it's a big issue. More of them should be. You know, I think every my plan is to convert at least 50% of them into being transgender. Yeah. In certain segments of the libertarian movement, there seems to be a perverse and almost pathological desire to make maximally implausible ethical claims. Ayn Rand is, of course, a great example, given her tendency to produce reasoning so full of holes that Friedman would suggest bringing dozens of shovels to any analysis of it. But she is far from alone. Libertarians whose basic views of governance I'm far from unsympathetic to seem with alarming frequency to make demonstrably confused ethical claims. It's a very strange phenomenon. You don't see it in Democrats, for example, employing provably fallacious reasoning to argue for Social Security from first principles. Such a problem in the U.S. I know. Dude, you know what's funny? People keep... Oh, kill me. Like, every time this comes up on Piers Morgan, like, they'll mention that, like, Olympics report. It's like, motherfucker, it's an international organization. This is not a, like, 900 Americans or whatever, or 900 athletes at the Olympics lost to transgender athletes. It's like, motherfucker, there are... It's we don't control the Olympics. That's not our fault. What the Olympics does is up to the Olympics. Like, like I don't know to. It's like not even like I met an Olympian. I am an Olympian. It's not even like some things I get. I mean, there are regulations even for like boxing matches. Like most states won't like charter a boxing match between a 60-year-old and a 20-year-old. They have age limits. That's why Jake Paul had to fight Mike Tyson in Texas, I think, because they were the only state that that would let them do it. But like generally speaking, like private organizations should be allowed to make whatever regulations they want. I was gonna say whatever regulations they want, but like, what if are you gonna take away my right as an American to hold a memified transgender chess boxing match? What the hell? Okay. There's no such thing as transgender. Well, I don't really. Then how's it an issue? I can't spell especially. This thing that I say is a huge issue. There is no such thing as. There's no such thing as boy girl or girl boy. Only boys and girls. I don't think most trans people enjoy being branded as. I don't think they really claim to be boy girls or girl boys. I think there are like femboys who are like, oh yeah, I'm a girl boy or whatever, and like tomboys. Local's never been to Thailand. This is true, actually. Go to Thailand. Or India even. Okay. I was just say certain parts because let's say certain libertarians are especially prone. To make ethical claims. using fallacious reasoning. All right, what's going on with Ayn Rand? We're just reading about some libertarian ethics stuff right now, and apparently she's... I mean, I know a little bit about Ayn Rand, obviously, because she's Ayn Rand. I can't speak. That's not Ayn Rand. At least Jewish and atheist, right? So, at least we got that going for her. Argumentation ethics is a particularly bizarre and odious instantiation of this general trend. For an amusing debate I had with a proponent of argumentation ethics, see here. Why was it amusing? Well, in the debate, our favorite guy. This is the thing that he linked, right? Yeah. Her books are so long and bad based. I've never actually read her. But obviously people talk about her a lot. So, in the debate, among other things, my interlocutor claimed that a person who claims that they are sleeping is saying something that is not even false, something that is contradictory in its formulation and thus lacks a truth value. A person who claims that they are sleeping is saying something not even false, or that is not even false, something that is contradictory in its formulation and thus lacking truth value. This is absurd to claim that one is sleeping, given that they have to be awake to write it. Is not some liar's paradox as example of a statement that's neither true nor false. It's just false. He also, even more amusingly, claimed that this was Logic 101. Finally, there was an amusing trend throughout the debate, wherein he would ask me to define goodness. I do so, defining it as something that is worth pursuing. Before 7 minutes later, he claimed I never defined it. This is repeated several times. Several friends of mine have described the extent of his errors as sufficiently granting that they could not get through much of the video. What, he provides a citation for this? Here are the DMs. The claim made by argumentation ethics is that even arguing requires accepting libertarianism. Arguing invokes deciding to pursue peace rather than violence, which requires generally recognizing that peace is better than violence, which entails a non-aggression principle. For those claiming this is a straw man, I will in a moment go through excruciating detail a document produced by the Mises Institute and rebut it thoroughly. Okay. Okay, the claim of argumentation ethics is that even arguing requires accepting libertarianism. Arguing involves does the quote, "He who controls the question controls the answer," mean anything to you? I think you use it in a stupid way. I don't know, like, it's not that meaningful to me. Like, sure, like, you can ask leading questions and stuff and whatever, but like I just asked like basic questions to you, and then you say that to me. Like, when did you say that on my Discord server before, and it was just like, oh, maybe you didn't say it on my Discord? I swear I remember you said it on my Discord before. But it was like literally, maybe we said it, you said it in VC once or whatever. But it was like, it was literally just like a simple question. I said it in stream? Okay. It was like, you know, how do you define inflation or whatever? It was just like a basic, like, understandable, like, question. And you were like, Here's the leading question. He who designs a question controls the answer. It's like, okay, buddy. I have a question trans. About trans. Well, as a certified transgender by Localist, asking about non-fan transgender identity. Deciding to use with some tails. The peace. Better than violence. Which then means you accept the non-aggression principle. This is about your dress. Listen, if anyone wants to make me trans, okay? $10. $10. Okay? I will be trans for $10. Dude, I didn't get any Amazon gift cards for Christmas this year. I did get cash, which I can just buy it, whatever still. But I think it was leaked. I think it was leaked in my Discord server by one of my mods. I said like I'm gonna buy like an actual like femboy outfit because I think more people would donate to put that on. I mean, I would give you guys you know what I need? I need to design a website, okay? This is my idea. I design a website where there's all the different costumes I had, and you can like just click on one, and each one has a price. And each one like has a price, and like it's like $1 per hour wearing it or something or whatever. And then also you can bid away like the current outfit I have. I don't know how exactly I would do it, but like I'd be like someone donates $10 to make me wear this outfit for 10 hours, but then someone else can pay, you know, $2 per hour to make me wear a different one. That's what I need. That's the revenue. That's how we make streaming a full-time thing. Okay. How does libertarian thought view the need for a third party to mediate a relationship between a small business and huge conglomerate, or between a I mean, I'm not libertarian, so I'm not the right person to answer this. So between a huge business and small landowner who refuses to sell them their property. Most will say, what's the fucking principle? God damn it, I forget the name. Okay. Most will say, like, generally these things are going to be mutually beneficial, and there's a principle. There's a principle that, like, externalities will be solved so long as transaction costs aren't too high. But I forget what it's called. It's like something theorem. Non-aggression. No, it's not non-aggression. Externalities, transaction cost, Coase theorem. Describes the economic efficiency of economic allocation or outcome in the presence of externalities. The theorem is significant because, if true, the conclusion is that it's possible for private individuals to make choices that can solve the problem of market externalities. So, like, sometimes we'll say this for that stuff. But then, a key condition is that there's sufficiently low transaction cost. There are two important confusions here. For one, agreeing that argument is good is not just one example of an act that would be sanctioned by the idea that one shouldn't pursue violence. Of course, there's some gerrymandered excuse for why it's okay to use violence in self-defense, for example. But it doesn't require accepting it across the board. I don't know. How should I lay this out? Okay, well, I'll say this is misguided for 2 reasons. Isn't self-defense. Firstly, agreeing that argument is good. It's just one example of an act that would be sanctioned by the idea that one shouldn't pursue violence. Isn't self-defense self-defense? Yeah. Arguing is good. As an example of an act that would be sanctioned by the idea that one shouldn't pursue violence. I guess I don't know the RBB definition of violence. I mean, I like. I would still. I don't think violence necessarily entails it being like unjustified. Like, I mean, it's just behavior involving physical force for intended to hurt, damage, or kill. Like, I would say, yeah, you're still using violence if it's in self-defense. It's just like justified. Like you don't murder someone in self-defense because murder entails an unjustified killing, but you can use violence in self-defense because I don't think violence entails unjustified, it being unjustified. Like a war can be violent, but it's not necessarily unjustified, right? So like, through anything based on that, well, anything that's violent, anything with you're acting with the intent to harm or kill them or whatever. It doesn't require accepting violence or accepting won't accept the piece about in violence across the board. One can accept that nonviolent means are justified in one case, but not in other cases. This is relatively analogous to claiming that speech involves necessarily thinking one's act will maximize utility, therefore utilitarianism is correct. There is no reason to think that one act sanctioned by the NAP requires endorsing it across the board. If you attack me, I would twist you nipples. I'm using violence. I mean, violence exists on a spectrum. Twisting your nipples or someone else's nipples, your own nipples, is not violence necessarily. It's somewhere on that spectrum of violence, I would say. Not very far on it, but look, my cat can use violence against me. Watch the violent attack, okay? He's adhering to the non-aggression principle right now. Damn it. Oh, look, he's attacking me. His claws are out. Ah! This guy. Dude, we have, this happens a lot where, like, we're like, oh, our cat doesn't have any toys. The cat is a savage, I know. We'll get him some toys. We got him some more toys for Christmas. He just doesn't like them. He just does not play with them, bro. He is entirely indifferent to them. Hold on. It's under my desk. I had to grab it with my foot because that's the most efficient way to do it, obviously. Like, oh, there we go. You having fun? Aw. Can I move to nothing except food? Nuh-uh. Okay, well, now he's indifferent. He's given up. He enjoyed it for a little bit. Chonker, nuh-uh, bro, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. He's still holding on to it. We'll see if he ever kicks it off the desk he's sitting on. Nonviolence means they're justified in one case, but not in other cases. How does your view of libertarian criticism of centralization and basically of engaging with the political establishment, which is status in the present system? I mean, for the most part, I agree with libertarians. Is this a word? Am I just stupid? I agree with some of libertarians' critics that when I say libertarian, I don't mean, oh, statist. Sorry. With some libertarian critics of centralization. Now, when I say libertarian, I don't mean localist level libertarian. Localist is not I'm pretty sure most libertarians would reject localist ideology, considering, I mean, presumably localists never give me a clear answer to this, but the only way you get the world that localists wants is by the government somehow mandating a lot of these things that he wants, because if you just get rid of regulations and a lot of federal government stuff, the world's just going to continue going on as it is now with increased centralization. It's just the federal government is going to have less power in it. There's still going to be, he hates the centralization of like farms, for example. Unless you get a government regulation that's like banning centralized farms, you're not going to get on decentralized farms. Like, because the free market incentivizes centralized farms. Localist is not like the free market. I got a toy for Chonky. Agrarianism and decentralization are different things, but why are you citing the Mises Caucus? Localist is not like the free market. The libertarians are not going to claim localist. Like, generally, I think centralization is bad. Like, I'm happy to team up with libertarians against a lot of government intervention in the economy. Even I was talking about unions earlier today and off stream. Even unions to some extent, although like libertarians like generally like don't necessarily hate unions. They just don't want them to be like sanctioned by the government or anything. Like or on tariffs or on free trade, all those stuff. I don't know if I would describe us as living in a statist society currently, but I like this argument, though. I'm going to use this argument. Speech involves necessarily thinking that one's act will maximize utility, therefore utilitarianism is correct. This is a goated argument. I'm using this one. Like for decentralization, we support decentralization, subsidiarity. Yeah, but you realize, localists, you also, I need you to say these words so you can't go back on them. You do not like that centralized farms exist, right? Say that. Say you do not like, don't just say yes, say you do not like that centralized farms exist. Or maybe you're fine with them existing to some extent, but you don't like that they are more popular or whatever, then no? Okay, so when did you change your position on that one, buddy? All that stuff you cited about me of local farms being more efficient, I don't think they're dominant, yes. Okay. Do you think that you're ever going to get to a system where centralized farms are not dominant if you just maintain the free market and just make the federal government less powerful, as most libertarians want to do? Yeah, I think it's inevitable. Okay. Oh, wait. Is it inevitable that with the free market, you're going to get big farms, or is it inevitable that it collapses and your system comes into place? I see it unwise to let oligopolies or monopolies exist in a free, decentralized community. Well, I think it's unwise to let monopolies exist in general. Unless it's arguably like a natural monopoly is fine or whatever. Or has a localist society existed? Yes, in America. But, agrarian localism paradise. I think localized distribution, automated indoor farming is going to be the end game of farming. But you realize we're not going to get there for a while at least with the free market in place. Like, once indoor farming technology gets advanced enough, it wouldn't surprise me if we did use more local farms just because it'd be more efficient to have local farms at that point. But like, the free market accounts for that. Insofar as it is more efficient to have local farms than centralized farms, there will be local farms. Even if it's not like the most efficient, just so long as people demand it. If people demand local farms, there will be local farms to some extent, to the extent that people demand it. To argue without being a hypocrite, one just needs some principle. Any principle that sanctions arguing that point. This can be a utilitarian principle, a moderate deontological principle, or any other principle under the sun that sanctions arguing in a particular instance. Argue without being a hypocrite. One only needs a principle the sanctions arguing in that particular instance. It could be any principle. Utilitarian, moderate deontological principle. Political confidence must be convinced to champion the cause of ensuring maximum local food production by investing massively in indoor farming. I don't know what localists think of that, but I would assume again, that's government interference to distort market incentives. Like that's my point. Is that like we're not getting to localist system without like government intervention that libertarians would be opposed to. That was an accident? What? What was an accident? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't even notice this. You wanna collab? It doesn't even pop up in the activity feed. It just pops up at the top of my chat window. Are you even streaming? I'm gonna accept it. Oh, it pops up here. It doesn't even pop up in a noticeable place for me, because it pops up at the top of my Twitch chat. But I don't look at my Twitch chat because I look at my multi-chat that is Twitch and YouTube and Kick and Trovo and Party and Rumble and Twitter. Thus, to argue doesn't implicitly endorse the norm that the NAP is true, but even if they did, this would be totally irrelevant to its truth. Suppose that there was a device that behead anyone that thought some dictator was bad. In order to even argue, one would have to have positive thoughts about the dictator. Nonetheless, it would not mean the dictator is actually good. But even if it did, even if arguing did entail the NAP, it would have no bearing on its truth. Am I using the right bearing there? Hold on, I'm not just making this up, right? Relevant, yeah, okay. This streamer just seems like a gooner who doesn't understand how government works. Welcome to the stream, crazy cat. This fucking crazy kitty. I love that stream. Remember you going apeshit over the pride flag list? Let's go. Look at my stream now, bitch. We don't have no pride flags here. We do have Joe Biden, I guess. But Joe Biden is my pride flag. I am a proud Biden sexual. Thanks for the follow. I'm a proud Biden sexual here, okay? I was not fun. Fuck that Isaac kid. I don't think we're together in that one. Isaac is famed non-fun orbiter, okay? So almost won best non-fun ally. Actually, not almost. There was like Sample got like over. Actually, I don't know if he got a. I forget if he got a majority or not. No, not quite a majority. You got the second most though, Isaac. You got 8. Sample got 10. So not fun would fuck a dude for 10,000 views. I was never 10,000. No. 400. We worked our way down to 400,000. We did not. We didn't go down to 10,000. Okay, 400,000 was the lowest I agreed to. Now in reality, would I probably do it for 350,000 too? Yeah, and maybe you could walk me down further. But 400,000 was the lowest I agreed to. Okay. See my question? What question? You asked the question a while ago. What do you think? Why do you think China and USSR refused to buy grain and food abroad during mass casualty famines? Well, I think the USSR probably wanted some of its people to die, like during the Holodomor. I think they probably did not really care that Ukrainians were dying. And I don't know. I don't really know about China and the other stuff. It could be we could have prevented them from buying food. I don't think we were very friendly to the USSR. I think we probably had sanctions. I think we had like 1% trade with them or something. And then they could. I mean, one, they might just not care, like I said, and two, Or sorry, in 3. 1, they probably just didn't care. 2, we could have prevented them from buying it. I don't know for sure. That's plausible, I guess. And 3, they might not want to. They don't want to admit their own failings, right? They don't want to. They don't want to show that their people are starving and they need a bunch of food from foreign nations. Like, I would imagine that's probably part of it. But I'm not. None of those takes are high conviction. I'd have to look into it. Smash a 1 if you're. Smash a 1 if you're with non-fun. I think Isaac should have anvil dropped on his head, like in those cartoons. Smash 2 if you're an Isaac guy. I don't know. I gotta smash a 2 on that one, brother. I'm your favorite streamer's favorite gooner. Base. By the way, I'm thinking of doing another. I don't know how this would work. Well, I do know how it would work, but I don't know how well it would go. I was thinking of doing another marathon stream, and it would just be, instead of a subathon that adds time, it would just be streaming until I can afford an RTX 5070, which is going to be like $600. I already technically have most of that money, but I got expenses. Okay, I have to pay for fucking Restream $50 a month. I have to pay for YouTube Premium, so my money is draining, and I need to. I was considering doing like a stream where I just stream until I get. Imagine someone donates the entire price 1 minute in. I mean, like, that'd be preferable. Preferably, I want the stream to end as soon as possible, man. And I'll just stream again the next day. But I was considering doing like a streaming until I can afford an RTX 5070, and have the goal be like $300 to $500. But I feel like it would go like I did earn about $250 from the subathon, and that was a 5-day stream, 100-hour stream. So like, you know, maybe if we go for 10 days, we could get $400, $500. But I don't know, considering there's not the incentive there, because people would donate to add to the timer. Where in this case, I'm just streaming until I reach that goal. The incentive is to make me not suffer, which I don't think that would work as well. But I just want to take a little break, just for PC health. Maybe, man. I need but I need the 5070, bro. Like on PC for a week can't be healthy. I mean, like, that's what I do anyway. I mean, I might put my computer to sleep, but like I rarely turn it off. And all I do is like go unwatch from time to time. What do you need a 5070 for? Is rendering Subway Surfers next to text documents really that GPU intensive? I want to play Fortnite and see the Fortnite Christmas butts in 1440p HD. Sorry, the best Fortnite Christmas gots. I don't know if people saying it. You play paintball? Nope, never have. Hypothetically, if there was a machine, I've done it once with rubber balls. Hurt like a pitch. Why rubber balls? I know paintball usually hurts, but does rubber balls hurt more or less? I feel like they'd hurt more, right? They don't explode. Little Cup doesn't even have a 4K HD monitor. The feels. What are you talking about, yourself? Or me? I have a 1440p monitor. I think it's HDR. I really don't know. I don't even care if it's HDR. I don't care about if it's HDR, quite frankly. I care about being able to stream and play Marvel Rivals and get more than 50 FPS or 30. It goes down to like 30 FPS sometimes when there's shit going on. Not funny. You watch the Destiny rap, the new Hassan one, of course. Yeah. I believed a dictator was bad. Then in order to argue, one would have to, in order to argue anything, let's say in order to argue, I guess, the dictator was good. However, that has, or that does not mean the dictator is actually good. Factorio runs 100 FPS in my 970 TXL. You kids these days. That's Factorio, bro. Bro, I get 400, 900 FPS on fucking... I'm trying to think of it. On fucking... I don't... Do I play 2D game? Hold on. Why? My messages. Why? Oh, you know what? I see... Well... I say I get 900 FPS on this, but then also... I don't, because I put in too many fucking satellites and it lags the game. The Sims, I get like 200 FPS in. Roblox, I don't know how many I get in Roblox. Roblox is just not optimized very well. But probably. Alex Brandon says to go through more detail, go through the Mises Institute silly defense of argumentation ethics. First, it must be noted that the question of what is just or unjust, or for that matter, the even more general question of what a valid proposition and what is not, only arises insofar as I am, and others are, capable of propositional exchanges, i.e., of argumentation. This statement seems malformed. The question of what is just or unjust is wholly independent of what people argue. There can be injustices in the world and in a world of mutes. Of course, a statement is means. If all the statement means is that to argue about ethics, and to ask, if all the statement means is that to argue about ethics and to ask the question of what is just when asked to speak, then of course it is true, as it is trivial. Okay. Mises Institute. What are you looking at, bitch? Oh, he looked away from me. What are you looking at? I think he's just staring at Ghost. Bro, I think, does he actually see something? He's going. There must be a fly or something. He's going after something. Provides a silly defense of ethics. Do you support the right to vote at 16? I don't know how I feel about it. It's not a big deal to me. No clue what this guy's doing now, but isn't really true. Justices can exist in a world where everyone is mute. I suppose it would get GOP influence and power reduced. I mean, it would, but I don't think it would be that big, just because most 16-year-olds are not going to vote. They just not going to do it. They just don't care enough. They're not going to vote. And like, young men are like not even that liberal. Like, a lot of young men are conservative and would vote for conservatives. And like, the people, a lot of 16-year-olds just don't care when to vote. A few of them are conservative, and a lot of them are to the left, but they're to the side of the left that doesn't vote. They're so progressive that they won't vote at all, because they don't want to vote for anyone supporting Israel or. It makes some impact on a local level. Well, I mean, obviously it's going to have more of an effect on a local level than anywhere else, but yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how many of my friends voted. I think actually most of my friends voted, but voting violates the NEP. Real. Because taxation is theft. And you're voting for the evil Democrats who want to raise taxes. What if we keep alienating them and telling them their problems don't matter? Would that help? You know, probably. I think so. We should keep doing it and just see what happens. Because there's no way anything bad happens out of it, right? So, like, don't worry, bro. We this okay. Like, I love Dean, and this article is like an actual accomplishment or whatever, but this article is funny to me. Could this 20-year-old be one of the Democrats' bro whisperers? Oh, did they write an article about Parker too? Or no, it's linked to a TikTok. Okay.
Who are you voting for this year?
Well, obviously Donald J. Trump.
And why is that?
Taxes
Her
were
full
low.
favorite
Now the
Neil
country's
like my
a mess.
reels.
In the
Wow,
last
thanks,
4
Neil.
years, my business.
Did you feel interested in state or local election when you were 16? Only a little. But like that, I'm not really a good example because I'm obviously pretty politically engaged for a 19-year-old. I've always been more politically engaged than most people my age. So, but when I was 16, I was more to the side of the left that probably wouldn't even vote. Or actually, I don't know if I was ever. I don't think I was that far left, but I probably still would have voted in a local election at least. And it's also what Screech said. Democrats are evil. They won't even vote to raise minimum wage. Question does not arise vis-a-vis a stone or fish because they're incapable of engaging in such exchanges of producing validity claiming propositions. Have you considered doing volunteer work for any candidate? I can't drive, so it's hard for me to do it. But I've considered doing it before. I guess I could phone bank. I could have, at least after the election now. Also, what do you mean? I'll have you know, I am doing volunteer work right now, bitch. This is I am sitting at 4 viewers right now, okay? So this is basically volunteer work for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, okay? Who have already lost the election. Now where'd my cat go? Well, for DNC, exactly. Volunteering is gay, real. Okay, there's big words for reasons discussed above. There are ethical questions about how to treat stones and fish, and axiological questions about whether things are bad for stones and fish. Just relating to axioms, relating to the study of values or ethology. Ethical questions. How to treat fish and axiological questions about which things are bad for stones or fish. Yet, if this is so, and one cannot deny that it is without contradicting oneself, as one cannot argue the case that one cannot argue, then any ethical proposal as well as any other proposition must be assumed to claim that it's capable of being validated by propositional arguments or propositional argumentative means. He supports selling businesses to local states or politically connected companies in foreign states. Selling businesses to foreign state. When you say foreign, like as in other countries, I'm perfectly fine with businesses being sold to other countries. Like it's so dumb that China, Saudi. Yeah, I don't really care. There's maybe some national security concerns when it comes to China, but I don't think that's that big, so long as like all the production or whatever remains here. Like that was the big, like, you know, the Nippon Steel purchase. Even if Japan wasn't our ally, like, does it really pose a national security risk just to have them own a business or whatever? No, I don't. Like, selling business, like, a lot of times it's the only way the business can stay open, or the only way the business can expand is if they get foreign capital. I don't think that's a bad thing. That increases opportunity in America for American citizens. You're allowing investment that wouldn't happen otherwise. That's what the trade deficit is, by the way. The trade deficit is equal to savings minus investment. And the gap between savings and investment is financed by foreign capital. Domestic savings and domestic investment is financed by foreign capital. Which I think is a good thing. If Americans can't finance all the investment opportunities in America on their own, then, like, yeah, bring in foreign capital. You're like, good. It's not clear what is being claimed to be so. If it's just that people can argue, then that is of course true. The further claim that any proposition must be claimed to be capable of being validated by propositional or argumentative means is total non sequitur. The fact that one can talk about ethics doesn't require that all ethical proposals must be resolvable through reason alone. Now I'm inclined to think that sufficiently rational beings wouldn't have moral disagreements, but denying this doesn't require claim that one can't argue. That means people in other countries will make money, which means that Americans are losing. No, it's just not foreign. Yeah, I know. Foreign. As long as it's not, I just think we have to divest from Israel, and maybe like some people related to Israel, just divest everything from them, and just it doesn't even like the people in other countries will make money, which means Americans are losing. Yeah, I know it's a zero sum bias thing, but like it doesn't even it's just like if you know how the balance of payments works and you know that like dollars can't be used in other countries, really, it just doesn't. It's just nonsense. It's just not. People don't understand why it's nonsense, but zero sum bias. Invest in Palestine. I hear they make good cookies. They make Coca-Cola. I'm assuming the Coca-Cola plant in Gaza is no longer operational, but they did used to have a plant there. It says has, but there's no way it's still operating, right? This is 2016. What if I just look up destroyed? Destroyed. Partly, the Pepsi has one too? Partly damaged Pepsi bottling plant ceased operations last October. Did he use cane sugar or HFC? I don't even know what that second one is, brother. Whatever one makes the most effective rockets is what they used. Oh, high fructose corn syrup. I would assume cane sugar. I don't think they... does any other country use high fructose corn syrup? Isn't it just because here we make sugar expensive via tariffs and make corn cheap via subsidies? High fructose corn syrup. I figured it out. I'm a genius. Okay. This is a total non sequitur. No, lots of countries use high fructose corn syrup or mixed for Coke. Really? I thought it was literally just because big corn rules everything. Because big corn rules everything here, and we have tariffs on sugar, which is why it was so funny when RFK tweeted out like, RFK will mandate Gooning and Cooming, huh? Yep, Admiral Gibbs. Welcome back. When RFK tweeted, we're gonna mandate that we use sugar in Coca-Cola, because it's like, well, the only reason sugar is expensive is because of the tariffs that Trump wants to do. He wants to add more of into the subsidies, the farming subsidies, which are probably not. I mean, they are relatively bipartisan, but are probably not really good. RFK corn syrup. It'll be so painful. Okay, I don't know who the CEO of Election Guys is. I'm pretty sure RFK tweeted it out himself, but kill me. Corn rules everything around me, yeah.
This is the real reason. This is the real reason he wants sugar. I asked something. When did you ask something? Oh, how do you see are the best ways to attract foreign capital to investment? Be America, be the country with the highest median disposable income and highest like labor. Actually, I don't know if we're the highest labor productivity. Mexican cocoa with sugar cane is amazing. I've never tried it. People have told me that though, that coke that actually uses sugar is way better. Making our tax code better, have a destination based cash flow tax, and have it be the effective rate of a destination based cash flow tax would be lower than what it is now, probably at least. Yeah. Don't have capital controls, which I don't think we have any capital controls right now. Or we probably have some related to China, but I guess we did prevent I don't know if I would consider it a capital control. We did prevent that purchase of Nippon Steel, which is some type of capital control, I guess. You haven't ever been to Chipotle, or haven't you ever been to Chipotle? I have not. Okay. Talking about ethics. Doesn't entail you believe. It's not any different. The acidity of Coke causes sucrose to turn into high fructose and glucose in approximately the same ratio as high fructose corn syrup does anyway. Really? Then why are people obsessing about it? What the fuck is Freebirds? Isn't that a fucking movie? Hold on, there's a movie called Freebird. Yeah, this is a fucking 2013 animated movie. I don't know what this shit is either, but it's not the movie. Okay, all ethical proposals must be resolved with the reason alone. Chipotle on steroids. Is it only... It looked like it was in Texas, right? Is it only in Texas? I thought Texas somewhere. Texas. Texas #1 burrito, yeah. You can trust Papa Gibbs when it comes to food. I haven't missed many meals. I trust you, Gibbs. Don't worry. When it comes to food. But anyway, Chipotle is Mexican Coke? Really? I did not know that. I also don't... There's no shot. Do they really pay more for Mexican Coke? I don't believe you. Oh, no way. Very well. Dude, I love Freebirds. You love it, the movie or the restaurant Brat's House. I'm assuming you mean the restaurant too. You guys are sleeping on the Freebirds movie. That movie's kind of goated, man. American Coke really is just some ads because we can't grow sugarcane here. Well, it's because we tariff sugar, world price versus U.S. price sugar. Like, because we have something called the U.S. sugar program. U.S. Sugar Program is a federal commodity support program that maintains a minimum price for sugar authorized by the 2002 Farm Bill to cover the 2000 to 2007 crops of sugar beets and sugarcane. Originally designed to protect the incomes of the sugar industry, growers of sugarcane and sugar beets, and firms that process each crop into sugar, the program now prevents them from competing with producers of corn syrup sweetener. It supports domestic sugar prices by, whatever, tariff rate quota, non-recourse loans to processors. I'm a TOS myself. Have a good stream. It's bar 30. Bring that game tomorrow. Oh boy, not saying I'm biased, but if I hear your opponent say "is ought" one more time, I will make Fabian say "is ought" so many times. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry, bro. I appreciate you inviting me, Gibbs. Don't worry, I'll be there. I've already committed to being there. I'm actually going to be there. I will bring the best that I can. For you better not. That's going to be the first. I'm going to make. Do I get an opening statement? That's what I'm going to. How do I fit? How do I jam in "is ought"? How do I make the first thing that he says? We gotta strategize, okay? It's not if you say it, yeah, but I need to make him say it. If I bring it up, he'll inevitably bring it up too. Don't worry. It's on you to do it. Okay. What was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about the sugar shit. CR. I let's look up CR farm subsidies. Did this include? I'm curious. Did the new continuing resolution, did this have sugar? It just says Farm Bill. Woody would have been straight WWE style. I almost wanted to put y'all again. I don't even know who is this guy? Modi? I don't know who Modi is. I'm sorry, Modi. He's a roast guy. Okay. Measure also includes a 1-year extension in a 2018 Farm Bill. He does roast shows. They still changed it. The U.S. sugar program loan rate was increased in processed sugar loans. 85% of sugar purchases bought from domestic producers. So we did just pass more fucking sugar protection. Have a good one. I'm going to leave you lurked. I appreciate it, Gibbs. I think Cato has a good... I don't need this right now. They have a good article about the sugar program. I think that was actually in their... budget proposal, because they were like, oh... if you want to cut $2 trillion a year, like Elon Musk said, this is how you should do it. And most of it is absurd shit. But part of it was base shit, which is stop a lot of the farming subsidies. Actually, I don't know. The U.S. sugar program is not a good subsidy. There might be other good farming. There might be good farm subsidies, but I don't know how many of them are good. In fact, in producing any proposition overtly or as internal thought, one demonstrates that one's preference for the willingness to rely on argumentative means in convincing oneself or others of something. When one argues, they reveal that they prefer to argue at that very moment, in that very context, to do other things. This doesn't require an across-the-board endorsement of arguing, of course. is true. When one argues, they reveal they prefer to argue. At that point in time, or we're doing something else. However, this doesn't. More farm subsidies for farm products with negative externalities that people pay premium for because of food, woo, information, and symmetries. Awesome. I don't even, the only, like, I could see some justification for farming subsidies for national security. I don't think it's that big. I don't, like, technically if some shit were to go down, we probably should have some food grown here. But I don't even, what's the point of farming subsidies, even? Like, why do we, what's the justification for them, even? Just giving money, like, if you want to give money to farmers, why don't just give money to everyone? Just give, like, just do a negative income tax. Problem solved. Endorsement of argument. There is, then, trivially enough, no way justifying anything unless it is justification by means of propositional exchanges and arguments. However, it then must be considered the ultimate defeat for an ethical proposal if one can demonstrate that its content is logically incompatible with the proponent's claim, that its validity be discernible by argumentative means. To demonstrate any such incompatibility would amount to an impossibility proof, and such proof would constitute the most deadly defeat possible in the realm of intellectual inquiry. The most deadly defeat possible, based. Agreeing its politics and its consequences. Side note before I leave, I notice a lot of ANCAP libertarians believe in the non-aggression principle. Call Fabian. See me, I'm truly an ANCAP, like regulations. I'm like regulations are pussies, are for pussies. Okay, now I'm out. I appreciate it, Gibbs. I've talked to Fabian once before. I know. Inevitably, where we'll end up. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun time. Okay. This is false as the dictator example showed before, even if the dictator was metaphysically necessary, and thus would there were no possible worlds where they could be criticized. This would be totally irrelevant to the question of whether it's good. The dictator example used before showcases why this is wrong. Even if the dictator existed in all possible worlds, this would have no relevance on if he was actually second. It must be noted that argumentation does not consist of free-floating propositions, but is a form of action requiring the employment of scarce means, and that the means which a person demonstrates as preferring by engaging in propositional exchanges are those of private property. For one thing, no one could possibly propose anything, and no one could ever become convinced of any proposition by argumentative means if a person's right to make exclusive use of his physical body were not already presupposed. I don't see why that follows, but okay. Why? Obviously, to speak, one has to use their body, but there's no reason to. This requires affirming a right to use one's bodies. One can deny rights, but think that speaking is good on alternative grounds. It's also not clear why talking involves employing a scarce means. Words aren't very scarce. Everything has an opportunity cost, brother. You could have used those seconds that you used to speak to jack off, to goon, to Marvel Rivals Squirrel Girl. You do have to use your body to speak. But that doesn't require affirming the right to use one's own body. You could deny that right exists and still think that speaking is good on alternative grounds. It's not clear why talking involves employing a scarce means, but okay, so. It is this recognition of each other's mutually exclusive control over one's body, which explains the distinctive character of propositional exchanges that, while one may disagree about what is said, it is possible to agree on at least a fact there is disagreement. For me to talk, I don't have to think I have rights, and I certainly don't need to think anyone else has like. All I have to believe to avoid hypocrisy is that talking is worthwhile. To argue, one doesn't have to recognize any further fact, but if they aren't wildly irrational, they will recognize that other people exist and are being argued with. This doesn't recognize requiring that others have exclusive control over their bodies. For worries, with that account, see Wallen. Thanks for the follow, Airplane 2. Why should it be a bot? Why should it be a bot? Why should it be a bot? Oh, libertarianism and conjoined trend. Yeah, it's a bot. Represents a challenge for libertarianism. The problem in a nutshell is that libertarian appears to self-destruct in cases of conjoined trends who share body parts and disagree what to do with them. The problem is explored and some solutions are proposed. The verdict is that accepting any of them will make libertarianism harder to defend. Based? Suppose I got 3 to Prince of Pair, join twins. The one on the left, he calls Owen. The one on the right, he calls Cohen. Owen and Cohen come into being at exactly the same time. Their bodies and souls were created simultaneously, not a second between them. Anatomically, Owen and Cohen are Thor replicas can join twins. They can join at the chest, facing face to face. Among other things, they share a single heart. I don't know. Oh, okay, sure. Libertarian ethics is dumb, but so is all ethics real. These are no ordinary twins. After all, they were made by God in a 3D printer. Since God is perfect, it stands to reason that its printer is perfect too. Consequently, the twins are perfectly symmetrical. There isn't an atom of difference between them. Furthermore, the twins were created. When twins were created, they began using their bodies, including their hearts, shared heart, at exactly the same time. Finally, both twins are capable of clear, coherent speech, and both twins have the same capacity for rational, autonomous decision-making, which is predictably superb. One day, the twins appear on the before the International Freedom Federation of Libertarian Clever Clogs with a legal dispute. Owen, being of sound mind and judgment, wants to die. Having recently finished watching The Prom on Netflix, he decided to inject his heart with bleach, but Cohen, who's more easily impressed, isn't on board with the decision. He's also of sound mind and judgment and wants to keep the heart pumping. On whose side should the IFL OCC rule. Owen who wants to stop the heart, or Cohen who doesn't. Under ordinary circumstances, that is, if the twins were physically separate, libertarians would say both decisions ought to be respected by law. Cohen should be free to stop his heart, and Owen should be free to stop his heart. And Cohen should be allowed to keep his going. Their body, their choices. But under these less than ordinary circumstances, the situation is muddied. Were the IFL OCC decide of Owen, they would be allowing Owen to violate Cohen's right not to have his heart stopped. On the other hand, if the IFL OCC were to side with Cohen, they would be violating Owen's right to stop his heart. Thus, we have ourselves an intractable dilemma, a legal paradox. To remain true to libertarianism, the IFL OCC must somehow rule in favor of both twins. But to rule in favor of both twins is impossible since their demands are incompatible. Libertarians will try to grapple thing by problems posed by conjoined trends, real or imaginary, is scant. There's only the only such attempt so far as I've been able to find is this guy to answer questions like who controls the human body, if it is under control of two wills, or could one twin legally end its life if it meant the end of both their lives. The last question is directly related to the case of Owen and Cohen. They have an answer. The question was raised, but then apparently forgotten. Here are solutions that won't work. Three, assert full self-ownership rights can only apply to physically separated individuals, and thus conjoined twins, unlike physically separated human individuals, lack bodily rights, at least some of the parts they share in common. 3 doesn't explicitly contradict libertarianism. Indeed, is a natural outgrowth of Hope's assertion that two individuals cannot be the exclusive owner of one and the same thing at the same time. But it seems to run contrary to another of Hope's maxioms, namely that all rules aspiring to the rank of rules must be general rules applicable and valid for everyone without exception. And it flies in the face of Dyke and Block's assertion that there is no negation of liberty that entails from birth a defect. If 3 is accepted, no libertarian statement of the self-ownership principle can be complete unless it ends with except for conjoined twins, which is a sad way to end a principle. What's more, accepting solution 3 opens the door to some of the worst reductios imaginable. Reductios are, by my lights, much, much worse than any used to motivate libertarianism in the first place. To take just one example, according to libertarianism, the reason a rapist is guilty of criminal behavior is because the victim is the rightful owner of the body being brutalized. But if conjoined twins don't own the organs they share in common, then it would seem conjoined twins who share reproductive organs cannot be raped in the criminal sense. But sometimes bullet biting is unavoidable. But I doubt many will want to bite this one. Suppose libertarian rejects his options. She might well prefer option 4. Rule arbitrarily, say the flip of a coin. At first blush, this objection may strike you as a little arbitrary. It seems to share the essential problems of 1 and 2. The only difference is that this time, arbitrariness is left out in the open. On closer inspection, though, the arbitrariness might not be as problematic as it seems. By way of analogy, suppose Sally, consequentialist, is standing at a crossroads. Whichever path she chooses, left or right or none at all, her choice would be result in the exact same number of utils. And in such case, Sally would be equally justified in any choice she made, even if one was done arbitrarily on a flip of a coin, say of a 3-month out-of-date horoscope. In the same way, if the very fact that one of the twins' conjoinment made potential rights violations inevitable and had a choice to be made, then the ruling arbitrarily is the best option, indeed the only option available. But not all libertarians would be happy with the solution for 2 reasons. First, option 4 seems only to can a problem and kick it down the road. Imagine a case where a private protection agency had agreed through a previous negotiated contract to protect both Owen and Cohen's from right violations. In that case, flipping a coin on which one should have the rights violated would mean flipping a coin at which unbreakable contracts should be broken. Thus, the IFL-OCC would not only be allowing an unfortunate but necessary rights violation, but actively committing one by reneging on one of those contracts. I suppose a natural retort will be that since a potential rights violation is unavoidable, any contract from a single organization promising the twins total protection against rights violations would be invalid, like a contract promising the delivery of a harem of married bachelors, or of drawing a square circle. Fair enough, but suppose the twins had drawn valid contracts with 2 separate protection agencies, Would the only lawful means of resolution be a battle between the two agencies where the stronger agency would win and permit their client to violate the rights of the other twin? Again, 4 seems only to delay the problem. Now, at this point, the Libertarian might just roll their eyes and say, look, Mr. Autumn Plies can. If a rights violation is unavoidable, if it literally cannot be avoided, then yes, of course, someone's rights would be violated. Why is that such a problem? Answer: maybe it isn't, though it doesn't seem. It does seem a bit off base to me. All this talking about battling protection agencies and the violation of inviolable rights. I suppose libertarianism. Or the libertarian is within her as epistemic rights to, in biting the bullet on this one. But there are no free lunches. This move comes at a weighty cost. Historically, most libertarians have held that it's impossible for rights to conflict with one another. According to Rothbard, since the rights of a man are deducible from natural law, these rights cannot conflict with one another. If one discovers a contradiction, one has discovered an error in one's process of reasoning. Block goes one step further, crowning the doctrine of rights cannot clash. An axiom of libertarianism. Put formally, this axiom states that a possible set of rights is such that it's logically impossible for one's individuals to exercise their rights within that set to constitute a interference with another individual's exercise of his rights within that same set. One plausible motivation for this axiom is that it's permissible by definition to enforce a right, and impermissible by definition to enforce the violation of a right. But if rights can conflict, then one and the same action can be both permissible and not permissible, which is a contradiction. If the libertarian accepts the thesis that rights can't conflict, however, then she won't be able to say that a rights violation is unavoidable in the Owen and Cohen case, because doing so explicitly concedes they can. The foregoing solution strike me as pretty hopeless. Okay, I don't know. Theism to the rescue. Rule in favor of God. Based. Okay, we might read a little bit more of that later. That's funny. I don't know if I can. I don't even know if I can use some of that on Twitch, but that is actually the conjoined twins who share reproductive organs can't be raped. Is a nice. That's a nice example. Okay. Talking doesn't entail thinking I have rights, much less that others also have rights. All one has to believe to avoid using things written by high schoolers sent to a journal handle over publishing an article about the Islamist Jewish influence sounds like the kind of thing to get used to for Twitch. Ask ChatGPT, what is the end game of food production? I'm not interested in doing that. He's just gonna say, people differ on what the end goal is, but here's what some people think, because that's what that's what ChatGPT does. No, it probably says the answer for you, but for me, it's not going to give anything interesting. Because it has memory of all the stupid shit that you said of it. Hello? Can be understood. That's the ultimate goal. wants to say, here are some key aspects of what it might look like. Yeah. Global collaboration. You don't like this one. Are you debating Fabian about libertarian? I'm debating him about healthcare, and inevitably it's gonna come down to this. So, yeah. But also, like, I mean, some of this stuff I would read it. I want to be reading this if I wasn't in a debate tomorrow. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not prepping for a debate. But some of the stuff I'm just interested in, like some of the other healthcare stuff. Mine today, decentralized and localized. Yeah, see, like. I maybe you said you did it in a no memory thing, but think it might have been lying to you. I think it still might be spying on you, buddy. I don't know. Well, I mean, like it's not like irrational of him to do that, because like if you believe in like. If you truly believe in like all the libertarian principles and like yeah, like any like should we have a public option for healthcare? Well, no, because it conflicts with my fundamental libertarian principles that like taxation is theft and any action of the state is unjustified. So like it makes sense for him to do it, but in this moment, it's worthwhile. I don't have to work on anything for the fact, but if they are widely, rationally recognize that other people exist and are being argued with, that's not required recognizing others have exclusive power over their own bodies. There's a guy, David Shapiro, good economist videos. Are we thinking of the same David Shapiro? No, I'm thinking of David Friedman. Hold on, David Friedman is the ANCAP guy, right? Not this David Friedman. David Friedman, economist. Anarcho-capitalist, yeah, okay. Should I start making my thumbnails like this? You'd like David Shapiro? What does David Shapiro say? I don't know if I would like him. If he's coming from you. What the fuck? This isn't him, is it? 160, how did you have... Oh, sorry, it's on this live tab. Okay. Economic Agency Paradox. Post-Labor Economics Manifesto. Apparently I watched this one at some point. You might have linked this to me before. Economics and good video generally do not go together. True. Except for non-fun videos. Also, obviously, such property rights to one's own bodies must be said to be justified a priori for anyone to try to justify any norm whatsoever would already have to presuppose the exclusive right of control over one's body is a valid norm. In order to simply say, I propose such and such, I don't see why that follows, but nope, if I'm a utilitarian, I can argue on the grounds that it maximizes utility, not that I have exclusive control of my body. Isn't true. Utilitarians can argue. Is that not how you spell utilitarians? Proposal maximizes utility. Not that one has exclusive control over their money.
AGI and that labor goes away and capital is the only thing that matters, because capital is going to be what's producing all good thing, so that
why is he? It's not a. He's just on a walk ranting to his camera.
That being said, I do also think we're going to replace most of the government with AI eventually, in the long run. Why? Perverse incentives, humans are the weakest link, etc. There's going to be a whole class of
actually really well read on the future of econ. I doubt it. Maybe he is, but I don't know. You're linking him, which makes me doubt it. Is you? Can I not use utilitarian plurals? All right, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. I want to save this for later. Don't just my playlist. Okay. I was gonna funny rabbit videos. I've clicked through half of these by now. I have to keep scrolling further down, so it's a different video every time. Why is it all shorts? In like 3 minutes. Okay, fuck it. Rabbids, okay? He's escaping. Oh, okay. Yep, just jump on my desk. Definitely where I wanted you to be. How would you ensure your economic model of choice that you protect population from a group that hates it for its intrinsic qualities? I mean, if there's a group of people who hate you for intrinsic quality, it's just don't let them in. Like, we don't let communists into the U.S. I don't know. I don't even know if there's a sufficient justification for not letting communists in, but like you can. I'm fine with if people really are gonna be a big issue. Just don't let them in. Riddle question. What did I? For the means of sabotaging terrorism, enabling, displacing populations, say white supremacists target your community for being black. Yeah, I mean, if they, then don't let them in. I don't know what you mean. Punish crime when it happens. Arrest people who do crime. This isn't really that much of an economics question either, but. How to do the vetting before they acquire or buy the seat? I mean, like, you're not going to ever have a perfect vetting system, but you screen people for a criminal background. You probably make them do... So I think we already do this. You do some type of interview where you try to make sure they're not literally fucking insane. Power, your vetting won't be enough. What? before they get acquire power? What do you mean acquire power? These people are gonna a bunch of white supremacists are gonna move here and acquire power? I mean, you're never gonna have a perfect vetting system or anything, but like he has slides. I don't care right now, Localist, but like you take steps to try to make it less likely. Like I'm not claiming I can have a perfect system. I don't know. Furthermore, it would be equally impossible to sustain argumentation for any length of time and rely on propositional force of one's arguments if one were not allowed to appropriate, in addition to one's body, other scarce means through homesteading action by putting them to use before someone else does. And if such means it hypothetical, you need to do more vetting. You need to prevent crime. I mean, I literally said punish crime when it happens. I don't have to tell you that's a mechanism for preventing crime, is have some type of system where if someone commits a crime, you arrest them and put them in prison and make sure they can't commit crimes anymore and create a disincentive for committing crimes. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, and if such means, okay, wait, and if such means, and the rights of exclusive control regarding them were not defined in objective physical terms. For if no one had the right to control anything at all except his own body, then we would all cease to exist, and a problem of justifying norms simply would not exist. Thus, by virtue of the fact of being alive, property rights to other things must be presupposed to be valid. No one who is alive could argue otherwise. Really. The mere fact that if some norm were recognized, no one could argue does not mean that arguing the norm is hypocritical. For example, suppose one argues that the extinction of all life on Earth would be good. If everyone did this, they couldn't argue. But given that everyone isn't doing this, arguing may be justified. Thus, it's totally irrelevant that in the absence of property rights, then no one could argue. By the way, in the absence of statism, no one would exist. Given this statism changed the world enough when each of our parents had sex, but nonetheless, we can, as Hope did, criticize the state. You need to not allow power accumulation. I support democracy, which generally does a decent job at not letting horrible people in power, generally. And I support checks on democracy that don't let insurrectionists run for office. And things of that nature. You don't get how hate and subversion works, and you can easily accumulate power in a system of choice, so a community has to have a dominant stake in business and local food supply chains. I don't think that is required, but okay. Look, there's no way. You only support this argument because it buys into your end. What I mean, arguing against the norm is hypocritical. How can you something like Israel prevent a pager attack, but on bigger scale on food and supply chains? I don't think Israel. I don't think pager attacks. That attack is unprecedented. They don't tend to happen very often. I don't think. I don't think to be clear, is your position is that the risk of that is apparently so big that we have to make local governments set up inefficient farms. I just don't think that works out. I don't think the math from a utilitarian perspective there works out. I mean, you can prevent it. I mean, you can screen things at the border to some extent, like we already do this. I'm pretty sure. Like ships go through like radiation detectors. I don't know. Like they obviously can't. It's not feasible for them to inspect literally everything, but you have intelligence agencies that monitor threats from other countries. If Israel's intelligence was good enough to do that to Hezbollah, Israel's intelligence is probably good enough to know when an attack is about to happen. There were some intelligence. My understanding is that some intelligence agencies were warning about the possibility of October 7th, but other people ignored them. I mean, hopefully their lesson is learned there. Organize all your life around the hypothetical concern of Israel messing with your food. Real. For the extinction of all life on Earth. Everyone did this, you're going to argue, but given that everyone isn't doing this, arguing may be justified. What are you munching on? M&M's. Peanut M&M's. They're Christmas colored. They're red and green. Because it's Christmas. That's totally irrelevant in the absence of property rights. No one could argue. And the property rights, no one could argue. You eat candy and traditional Christmas sweets from local pastry shops or producers? No. Why is everyone localist? Why are you winning? Why is so much chat localist? Goddamn, he will take over by 2030. Oh no, it's happening. I don't think we even have like local pastry shops really. But like even if we did, I'd prefer M&M's. I don't really care if it comes from local business or not. I don't care if it comes from fucking Gaza, dude. Still mutually beneficial, still a net benefit. Stated some. Change the world enough. To change when your parents had sex. Unless it is still okay to criticize. You crave that Tel Aviv made candy. I'm gonna buy. Actually, I am gonna do that. I'm gonna do the opposite of boycott. The BDS may win. I'm gonna boycott everything from Palestine and buy everything I can from Israel. Or I'm pretty sure actually Israel's one of the only countries we have a trade surplus with. Oh no, fuck, we do have a trade deficit. It's not that big, but... Israel's our #1 ally. It's so real. I don't know. I don't have a strong position on who our #1 ally is, but I don't know if I would consider Israel just because they don't fucking listen to us half the time. But no one's arguing for no property rights. People merely argue for limited conceptions of property rights, according to which some property can be taxed away. I'll say almost no one, but almost no one argues for no property rights. Just a more limited conception of property rights. In which some property can be taxed away. I support no tax on personal housing. I mean, I think land value tax is better than property tax probably. So I guess technically, I'm in agreement with you there. We should just tax the value of the land underneath it because that doesn't distort incentives when it comes to building property. 7.2 billion, Trump never mentions it. Housing is a human right. Real. Finally, this produces a direct contradiction. Suppose that the only way to save the world from destruction is to make it impossible for people to argue. Both action and inaction would violate one's ability to argue. Thus, it wouldn't be both wrong to do something and nothing. This also entails a contradiction. Suppose the only way to save the world from destruction was to make it impossible for people to argue, since both action and inaction would violate one's ability to argue. Oh, sorry. What's up, Gorfs? The master of the retards. Hell yeah. My problem with the house is a human right is that I say with love. 9 out of 10 times it was followed up with some rant about how there was no housing shortage. Filter. Yeah, I know. It's filled up with there are more empty homes than homeless people, don't you know? Thanks, Localist. Localist says I'm transgender, so it must be true, because whatever Localist says is right. What type of thing you tax? To what income level would you exempt citizens from taxes? I don't know if I would exempt, like, literally. I've never seen Localist tell lies. True. Listen, okay, $10. The dress still there. Offer's still there, guys. I'm desperate. I support taxing consumption over savings. I don't think you should tax savings because that's, a lot more productive than just consumption. So I don't think you should tax just income. I think you should probably exempt savings from income tax. I don't know. I don't have exact lines for what level of income I would tax. How high is I think the standard deduction is like 14,000 right now or something. I don't know. The Tax Foundation put out their new thing this year. Fuck, I saved the graphs from it. I don't think I saved the link. The poor people already don't pay that much in taxes. They pay, this is federal income tax, they pay -%. The bottom 50% of people do. They pay a lot of payroll tax, but in theory, they'll get some of that back through Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare later on. Obviously, they don't pay state taxes. Other federal taxes, 6%. And there's this as well. Oh, that's 2018, though. This is also 2018. Fuck, are they still only have data back to 2018? What the fuck? I thought it was 2021 data now. God damn it. Okay. Anyway. Me and Gorps are both staunch principles of 98ers, real. I think you guys might have some other disagreements, but sure. I'd accept all making under two. How do you suppose funding everything, Malibu? Localists agree with everything I say. Trust. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah. Sure. Yep. Likewise. Malibu, how do you expect to fund literally anything? Aren't you in favor of like a ton of welfare and like a ton of like government built like housing, Malibu? Like, how do you expect to fund these things? We finish each other's manifestos based. Where was I? Can't be wrong too, both. Do something and do nothing. Moreover, if a person did not acquire the right of exclusive control over such goods by homesteading action, i.e. by establishing an objective link between a particular person and particular scarce resource before anybody else had done so, but if instead latecomers were assumed to have ownership claims to goods, then no one would be allowed to do anything with anything, as long as one would have to have all the latecomers' consent prior to doing whatever one wanted to do. But we could have some other way of establishing ownership. Also, my above comments apply here. This is like claiming that because no one needs land to argue, we should never destroy, or one should never destroy land. One could have an alternative way of establishing ownership. Finally, acting and proposition making would also be impossible if the things acquired through homesteading were not defined in objective physical terms, and if correspondingly aggression were not defined as an invasion of the physical integrity of another person's property, but in terms of subjective values and evaluation. Well, every person can have control over whether or not his actions cause the physical integrity of somebody to change. Control over whether or not one's actions affect the value of someone's property rests with other people in their evaluations. One would have to interrogate and come to an agreement with the entire world population to make sure one's planned actions would not change another person's valuation regarding his property. I'll add, I guess, the of objections, or the previous objections, I'll say. Also apply here. This is equivalent to claiming that because land is required to argue, it should never destroy land. Not as required to enable property rights. In fact, various societies that hope things don't have property rights, people still argue. Thus, this conception of property rights can't be required to argue. Then Hope purports to refute utilitarianism. Of course, he does no such thing. This doesn't require enable property rights. Even Hope stated that societies that didn't have property rights still let people argue. As regards the utilitarian position, the proof contains its ultimate refutation. It demonstrates that simply in order to propose the utilitarian position, exclusive rights of control over one's body and one's homestead goods already must be presupposed as valid. More specifically, as regards to the consequentialist aspect of libertarianism, the proof shows its praxeological impossibility. The assignment of the rights of exclusive control cannot be dependent upon certain outcomes. One could never act and propose anything unless private property rights existed prior to a latter outcome. A consequentialist ethic is praxeological absurdity. Any ethic must instead be aphoristic or instantaneous in order to make it possible that one can act here and now propose this or that rather than having to spend acting until later. Nobody advocating a wait for outcome ethic would be around to say anything if he took his own advice seriously. Also, to the extent that utilitarian proponents are still around, they demonstrate through their actions that their consequentialist doctrine is and must be regarded as false. Acting and proposition making require private property rights and cannot wait for them to be assigned only later. So real, brother. No, in order to propose the utilitarian principles, one just has to propose that the correct set of acts involves arguing or be a hypocrite. Sorry, in order to propose the utilitarian position, one just has to propose that the correct set of acts involving arguing or be a hypocrite. They certainly don't have to invoke inalienable property rights. I mentioned this earlier. In order to propose the utilitarian position, I'll add without being a hypocrite. One must only hold that the correct set of acts involves arguing. In this instance, they still don't even have to revoke inalienable property rights. Furthermore, the idea of consequentialism sanctions waiting around until you know what the best consequences is deeply silly. That would, of course, have bad consequences. Perhaps the thought is that utilitarianism can't be formulated because arguing for it involves agreeing that When doing so, some is the wrong thing. For the right thing, is hard to predict, but so what? There's no contradiction in moral theory's adherence, often doing the wrong thing according to it. Consequentialism also doesn't require waiting around to know or until you know what has the best consequences. As that itself. What have bad consequences? Perhaps it's not a utilitarianism can be formulated. Arguing for it involves agreeing that one is sometimes doing the wrong thing. For the right thing is hard to predict. Finally, Hope says, here's a practical proof of libertarianism. Has the advantage of offering a completely value-free justification of private property. It remains entirely in the realm of is statements and never tries to derive aught from is. But then it can't give moral advice. It can't tell anyone they should stop doing what they're doing. All it can do is claim falsely that one who buys the NAP is a hypocrite, but who cares? I'll be a hypocrite if it saves the world, and let the NAP be damned. If it only adheres to what the fuck to its statements, then it can't offer moral advice. This is how we get Gibbs to start drinking immediately. Okay, is to open with this. American media calls on Congress to block Trump's presidency. The American newspaper has called on Congress to use its constitutional powers to prevent Donald Trump from returning to the presidency. The lawyers Evan Davis and David Schultz, say President action violates Section 3 to 14 based, barring the insertion from holding public office. At the same time, also acknowledge that the Electoral College objection is unlikely to succeed in Congress. But I don't see. Listen, I don't see. We don't have to do them already. Okay, it's not January 6th yet, baby. Okay, we still got time. We got 2 paths to victory. Okay, I don't know why people are saying Trump's gonna be president, man. Don't you know? The vice president has the unilateral authority to not certify the electoral votes from certain states, and then also, you know, we have that method. You know, we just we get Donald Trump convicted of leading an insurrection, and then he can't be president. It's easy. It's easy. Kamala's your only hope. She's not gonna. A, she doesn't have the legal authority to do it. But B, even if she did, she almost certainly would not do it. I hesitate to say even almost certainly she would not. She would not do it. You can't tell anyone it should not violate NAP. All I can offer is claiming someone who does violate the NAP is a hypocrite. How for her to not be certifying her own victory? What are you trying to ask? How strange. Oh, I mean, it's not that strange. I mean, Nixon did the same thing, right? Because everyone brings up, Nixon, Hawaii, 1960, Nixon, Hawaii electors. Nixon did the same thing. It's happened before. Doesn't really matter. I'll be a hypocrite if it saves the world. Well, now refuting each of the specific leaps of illogic and Hope's essay, I'll make a few general comments. My good friend Amos Wallen once joked that if we ever discussed aliens, we shouldn't let them discover argumentation ethics or ethicists. The plasticity of their reasoning is an utter embarrassment, and the aliens would doubt the human race is intelligent. This is how I feel about it. It resembles the worst philosophical reasoning, trying to deduce everything from an undeniable first principles while violating every rule of indifference. The end result is a theory of no good, or even non-provably fallacious arguments for it. There's very good reason not to be taken seriously by actual philosophers, or even smart libertarians like David Friedman and Michael Humner, who have a brain ridiculously, who do not have a brain ridiculously infected by motivated reasoning. Okay. Gay, real. Would you ever want to get a pass? Want to get a White House press pass? I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't reject it. I mean, I guess I'm just not like super interested in like journalism. So I don't know. I would never. I don't think I would get it. What do you? I mean, like, I would never pass the social media check. You would, they would look into me and they would find clips of me, saying I hate women and, which is based in true, and making jokes about, MAGA people and Palestinians. And I don't know if I'd pass the social media checks. I don't know. To be fair, I don't make jokes about Palestinians most of the time. Usually it's just sample text who makes the joke, and then I laugh at it. But I think that's probably enough to fail for them. Simple text is anti-Palestinian racist. Real. Hey, listen, I'm not the one who voted him best non-fun orbiter, okay? Or best non-fun ally. I actually did vote for him for best non-fun ally. I did vote on my own thing, and I'm pretty sure I voted for him. I'm relatively certain I did. I don't remember for sure. Simple text is statist? Real. Like, Malibu, you never answered. How are you gonna fund, if you don't want to tax anyone making under 200K, how are you going to fund all the things that you want the government to do? You do want can you answer first? Do you want the government to build housing for people? Most interesting thing about libertarians is that their normative arguments fail in their own terms. Well-constructed theories only permit disagreement on the basic principle level. Accepting consequentialist libertarians, libertarian theories are so bad that their basic principles don't even generate conclusions that libertarians claim they do. The arguments are internally contradictory on a scale that I've never seen from any other brand of political thought, and sometimes particularly so. What follows is a discussion of one such argument, my favorite, in fact, due to its sheer idiocracy. Okay. What's the interesting thing about libertarians?
set their normative. Arguments are often internally contradictory. I want to look into Rhodesia. Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. Malibu, do you want the government to provide houses to people? Arcana boy.
Non-fun. How was your Christmas?
It was good. How was yours? You celebrate Christmas, right?
Yeah. My family does the pretty typical, just gift exchange, get together kind of situation.
Yeah. But mine was good.
Your Christmas was good?
Yeah.
What'd you get for Christmas?
I mean, not much. I mean, I got energy drinks, which are good. I did get a fancy teleprompter, so now I can make some nice YouTube shorts about tariffs.
Energy drinks for Christmas? That's an insane gift.
That's not that. I need them, bro. I'm addicted. I need them.
My God. That's how you know you're addicted. They're like, this isn't as good as cash. Just drinks that many energy drinks. But yeah, everything's going pretty well though.
Yeah, that's good.
All things considered. But how have you been? How's the content been going?
Good. I got a little lazy recently, but good. Mostly.
Nice. I saw you're making your way through the Brunig catalog.
Yeah, all is yeah, I have to debate Fabian tomorrow, so I'm reading some of his things about libertarian ethics, yeah.
Oh my God. Listen, the more that I've I've been on a very non-econ arc, but a very philosophy econ arc orientation lately, and libertarian philosophy is actually insane. Okay, non-fun.
Okay.
It's really, really mad, and it's almost perplexing how bad it is. I guess say what you want about Matt's specific position on various things, but I don't know. The libertarian side does seem pretty wild. I've debated Fabian a lot on property rights, and I feel like I grow stronger with each interaction we have because the more I look into it. Yeah, because I think he takes the view that basically the original derivation of property, which was sort of the unconsensual just grabbing of property and territory when it was not claimed.
Yeah.
He takes the view that was just, that is actually just the proper way to distribute things. Yeah, that's fair. Right. And then he takes this, the libertarian argumentation ethics stuff to help his argument. And I don't know. I find that to be a really weird position overall. And then Matt Brunig I actually read this article that Matt Brunig wrote. And he makes the argument in a really funny way, but yeah, it's a really weird one.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked his the debate you hosted on the three wonks between him and the Yaron guy, Yaron Brooks, I think his name is.
Listen, we'd love if Matt Brunig was a host of Three Wonks. That would be the dream. All right, but I don't know if we could get him that often. But Matt Brunig is a really solid, extremely solid debater and leftist in general, I guess. I haven't really found, a lot of leftists, they have some L's in terms of their takes, right?
Sure.
Matt Brunig does not have many. Not many L's, He's pretty solid.
Yeah, I don't think I've really seen anything that bad from him. I guess I'm not as, I think both of you guys are more sold on single payer than I am, but
Single payer is pretty based. I mean, I think that the ideal healthcare system in some intrinsic sense is probably just a NHS style, fully service oriented healthcare system. But, you know, there might be some impracticalities of implementing such a system, which are reasonable, but I just don't, you know, I don't take those, I guess, as seriously as most people. But single payer is just a babyer version of what that is. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think single payer would be better than what we have now. If there was a referendum on whether to switch to single payer, I'm absolutely switching yes. But I mean, I guess like, I don't know, like you and SDL talk about it. It's like, oh, you know, maybe we reduce the amount of R&D that private companies do, but like then we just subsidize R&D. But then you're asking me to trust to trust Mike Johnson to pass bills related to R&D spending, and it's like, well, I don't really think that's I don't know how much that's going to happen.
Yeah, but there's a question as well of how much do we really value R&D, right? And also R&D in which domains, right? Because in terms of the administrative efficiency of single payer, that's undeniable.
Sure.
Right? There's literally millions of workers reallocated, and industries disrupted, and 1% of GDP's worth of basically just inefficiency gained back, right? And so that's productivity enhancing, right? That's pro innovation. And so how do you weigh that against the potential of maybe less innovation on the margin with healthcare, or maybe like maybe there's more innovation here, but less innovation overall. Like that's an important thing to consider. But then even if you just take it to be the case, like, oh yes, we'll have 1% less patents filed or whatever, whatever the metric of innovation is every year. But in exchange for that, we have a radically more efficient economy, which is much more equal and fair. That seems worth it, even if it were the case that innovation would go down a little bit, right?
Well, I mean, again, I still think it would be a net benefit to go to single payer. So, like, yeah, although I just think, like, if you're
just comparing ideal systems, like, okay, like,
yeah,
because every system's going to have trade-offs, right? And so, if you had an ideal, like, market system like Switzerland versus like an ideal single payer versus an ideal NHS, right? Like that's why I'm saying like there's still, I think, reasons to prefer a less ideal in the realm of research innovation single payer system.
I mean, maybe intuitively it feels like medical innovation is pretty important, and I want quite a bit of funding to go into that. I guess I'm
It's only so important, though, right? Like, because again,
well,
it's
sure,
like, yeah,
but also, I mean, how, like, if we had a public option and like 90% of people are on that public option, and private insurance was like relegated to relatively like minor procedures or like relatively like rare, new and expensive drugs, it's like, well, there probably wouldn't be that many people working in insurance anymore, and it's like or working at private insurance companies at least. It's like how much benefit are you going to get from redistributing them if you go to like a strict single payer system?
Well, yeah, but you'd still have like the lowering of innovative capacity if 90% of people transition to public insurance, right? So you're having the same problem on a sort of linear scale with how big the public option ends up being. Right. And so it's just a matter of how do you, like, where do you want to end up, I guess, on that scale? And what, how do you value the sort of, health innovation effects of each system in general? I guess I just also take it to be the case that, like, I guess I need to do more research on this, but I don't really honestly know. I just don't know how much innovation we really do lose on account of like a naive single payer system. I don't know. Because there's always going to be people who are interested in doing research and like providing innovations. So
Sure. I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't have any studies on how much innovation that we're gonna lose by switching to single payer or whatever. But like, I mean, I guess like, I don't know. Like, I want to leave the option open to like buy for rich people to buy expensive private insurance that covers all the new expensive and fancy drugs, because at least there's some incentive to develop new and expensive fancy drugs that you can then charge a lot of money for. Like,
that's true. What's going to be your big argument against argumentation ethics against Fabian? Where are you going to go?
I don't know.
Like,
I'm still.
strategy?
I don't. Well, okay. Well, the debate the prompt for the debate is healthcare a human right?
Okay.
But inevitably, I know we're gonna get to. It's gonna devolve into like a lot of this libertarian ethics stuff pretty quickly.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think I'm working on an article on this, and I frankly have not. There must be. I'm sure this argument isn't original to me, right? Because it just seems like a pretty intuitive argument.
Sure.
But I haven't heard a great response to it. So like ANCAPs they'll say things like on that very question, they'll say things like, well, we can't, establish a right of healthcare because that's like basically slavery, because it requires the sort of, like a coerced labor of another person or whatever. And even if it's just a tax and spend system, taxation is slavery because you're taking people's property or whatever. They'll say these things, right? And it's like, okay, but you just want that same shit to happen, but as determined by the market.
Yeah.
You want all that same stuff to happen. You just believe in the market determining that. And what they'll say is, well, but the market is voluntary, whereas a democratic state is not voluntary. It's like, well, how am I as an actor in the market any meaningfully more in control of that market's decision than an individual operating in a democratic framework? It's the same system, right? The only difference is that you advocate for a system where you vote in dollars, and I believe in political equality, which is why, a state should exist, right? But it's, for some reason, libertarians think markets are voluntary, and I don't really know where that comes from. Like, how could you know what I mean? Like, how is a market more voluntary than existing in a democracy?
I mean, a lot of them, I would say, are probably going to shift to, entitlement theory again and whatever. They're going to say, oh, well, people are entitled to their property, and even if it is voluntary to participate in the democratic state or whatever, it's still theft for the democratic state to take away their property.
Well, no, but that's the thing though, is that Fabian is an ANCAP. Like, he doesn't even believe in the police.
He doesn't. Yeah.
Like, he thinks everything should be market oriented, right? So it's like, okay, like you're saying, well, you're entitled to your own property. And it's like, okay, well, sure, but the system of enforcement, we're talking about a differing level of enforcement here. I say it should be a state, you say it should be markets, right? And so if the argument is that people are entitled to their property and that should be like the general rule that we respect, well, who's respecting it, right? It could be a democratic state or it could be a market, but it might not be, right? Because rights enforcement agencies obviously aren't equally distributed and offer equal services, right? So there, in either system, there's no guarantee of basically ideally enforcing libertarian property rights.
I mean, well, obviously I agree with that, but
yeah, I don't know. I've never. There's got to be good libertarians out there that are like, no, this is why the market is more meaningfully voluntary than a democratic system. But I just don't. I haven't seen it, I guess. Anyway, I saw you subscribe to my Substack, Non-Vaughn. Thanks for that.
Of course.
Hope you enjoyed my articles. I
didn't even read them yet.
Another one just now. The one I posted just now, it could help you. It's an argument about egalitarianism, but anyway.
Well, I can't. Substack's under maintenance. I can't even go to it, but I will read it.
Yeah, this is unlucky. I posted a link to my article, and then Substack went down immediately. It's pretty annoying. Feels like I'm being targeted, but
wow,
whatever. Wow. But anyway, all right. I'll talk to you later, Non-Fun. Good catching up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yep. Total Econoboy W. Substack is Russian disinfo. Yeah, Econoboy is paid by Russia to write economic articles. Okay, Hope's argumentation ethics. A performative contradiction occurs when the propositional content of a statement contradicts the presuppositions asserting it. For instance, if I said, I am dead, that would be a performative contradiction because to assert something, I must be alive. Hans Hermann Hope uses his idea to argue that it's impossible to argue against libertarianism without falling into a performative contradiction. How you doing, boss? Did you have a good Christmas? Did you celebrate that? Yeah, my family celebrates Christmas. I had a good Christmas. Family came over. We ate food. I got a fancy teleprompter. You guys can't see it, but it's up there. Yeah, and energy drinks. More importantly. Your initial question is dishonest. You now borrow to have what you need. You want the question about government funding? I mean, I understand we already borrow to pay for things. Like you can answer my question. How do you suppose we fund the government to do everything you want to do? An answer to that question is borrowing the money. Another answer is printing the money. And another answer is raising taxes to collect the money. Hope your family's doing great. Whatever. Happy New Year. What do you want to fight about? What do I want to fight about? With you or like, I mean, right now we're reading about argumentation ethics because inevitably something along these lines will come up in a debate. I want to fight? I don't know. About what? I don't know. Will Trump and USA try to annex Canada? I don't think it's a serious suggestion. I think he obviously is just I don't know what he's doing. I don't think he seriously intends on annexing Canada. A good libertarian is someone who, ideally before age 15, puts down Ayn Rand and Hope and then reads Hayek and just becomes normal right liberal and notes the market isn't natural and magical. Feels like everybody need to lie. He's like the bad guy. Maybe Rob Ford can be the good guy. Rob Ford. Hayek is annoying also. Yeah, but at least he, I don't know, at least he accepts endogenous money, I'm pretty sure, which you would like. And we read that quote about him earlier with the social insurance. Bro, why is Substack? Okay. It occurs when the propositional content of a statement contradicts the presuppositions of asserting it. That is, if I stated, I am dead, that would entail a I don't want to type out form of contradiction. Form of contradiction. because in order to state it, I must be alive. Rob is the premier of Ontario. He responded to Trump by saying, yada, 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 Canada will not be USA. I mean, it's obviously, I mean, I think I imagine he will probably place tariffs on Canada. I don't think he will place tariffs to the extent that he says he will be, which is, I think he said 25% on literally everything. Obviously, there's no mechanism for the Canada becoming a state without them voting on it and agreeing to it. Like, unless you're, I mean, he's obviously not going to go to war with Canada. I don't think that's likely to happen. Does Canada have nukes? I don't actually know. Like, do their own nukes? What do you think of tariffs? Why do you think that? You do think tariffs? Why do you think that? Because he did it in the past. He promised to do it multiple times, and he's done it in the past, didn't he? He placed tariffs on Canadian lumber in his first term. Trump tariffs. Canada lumber. Considering he's promised to do it, I'm pretty sure. Or is it, this is like estimates. I thought he did it during his first term as well. Oh yeah, U.S. doubles tariffs. This is a Biden administration. Fuck. Why Biden? Why? No. It says what do you mean anti-dumping? Did Trump put them up and then Biden doubled them? Or were they always up and Trump didn't do anything? Peace, Biden. During Trump's first term, Canadian softwood lumber led to a surge in cost for home builders. 2018, blah, 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 blah. Trump administration implemented nearly $80 billion in new taxes by imposing tariffs on households. Okay, well, did he put it on Canadian lumber? Why is everything bold? It's true that the Trump administration placed a tariff on lumber from Canada in 2017. Okay. So he did. But then Biden did double them, to be fair. It's okay, Biden. It's okay. But yeah, considering he's done it before, and he has promised to do it again, I don't think he'll actually put a 25% tariff on everything, because that would fucking blow the U.S. economy up. But, and it would make voters really mad, because a lot of voters get oil from Canada. Putting a 25% tariff on oil from Canada would not be good. Not be good. So I don't think I'll actually follow through with all of that, but I do think he will do relatively large tariffs on Canada. Should Canada get nukes? I don't. Does Canada? Canada's not officially maintained and possessed weapons of mass destruction since 1984. Okay, so they don't. Do we host nukes there though? Because like I know some countries like don't have nukes, but like the U.S. like puts nukes in other countries. Nuclear weapons sharing, yeah. But no, they don't have anything. Okay, well we can invade them then. Get fucked. Trump can just press the gas go down button. Yeah. I can't believe Biden wouldn't do that for so long. I understand why people hate him, but the dial, it's not the inflation dial and the you know, they can't actually make jobs, but you know what they can do is they have a dial to manipulate the job numbers, and Biden, you know, manipulates that, you know, and he has that dial. GG, fucks won't even protect us now. I think I mentioned this in what I can't show it to you because Substack is down. In one of my blog posts, I was like, I was talking about tariffs a little bit, and I in a footnote I like briefly discussed like the national security issue. I was just like, some people argue that there's national security issues But, I don't think considering I said A, Trump did not mention that. He mentioned a trade deficit with Canada. B, I don't think there's a national security issue with Canada. Worst comes to worst, our military would fucking destroy them. Like, they're not, I don't think they would put up a very effective resistance. And also, we do have I'm pretty sure we do have a plan to invade Panama. Invade Canada. Panama is another place he wants to invade. I think it was leaked at some point. Or we did, at least. I thought we had a more modern plan, not when Canada was still part of the British Empire, but never mind. But did you or anyone you care about vote for Trump? Why, if so, I didn't vote for him. I don't know any... I don't think I know anyone, like, I don't think I know anyone in real life who voted for him. I'm trying to think. Not really. I mean, I know people online, obviously, who voted for him, but... I don't know, considering, like, literally... it's like... Line... Canada... Half of... Like... Half of Canada's population is, like, south of the U.S., right? Like... 72% below... Latitude 49. Like, it would not be... particularly hard... to invade Canada. We invaded Panama before, so we should be able to do it again, right? Although we didn't, like, occupy Panama. We just installed a new government, right? So, do you know someone online that you like voted for Trump? That voted for him? What sold them? I mean, what do you mean by like? I'm pretty sure Gibbs voted for him. I have no issue with Gibbs. I don't know if Fabian voted for him. I know Lactoid voted for him. I have no issue with Lactoid. I could run through the list of, like, other streamers. I don't know. Lactoid doesn't like that Kamala Harris was talking about court packing. That's a big deal to him. Okay, let's say Gibbs. I'm pretty sure Gibbs voted for Trump. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he did. Gibbs didn't like some of the Biden economy stuff. He doesn't like the border stuff that Biden did. Yeah, I think those were probably his biggest things, but he might have other opinions I'm just not aware of. Those are just the things I've spoken to him about a little bit before. Richard Hyena is a good commentator, and he voted for Trump. I don't know. I'm not aware of him. Oh yeah, Econo Boy voted for Trump, obviously, because Trump promised that social wealth fund, and that tipped Econo Boy over to Trump, obviously. Big Trump supporter. Like, did Trump's Wall 1.0 work with migrants? Not really. Most of the reason he didn't have a lot of migrants was just because of Title 42. The wall, he only built, like, I think 52 miles of wall. It's not that effective. Like, we already had a border wall or a fence on, like, most of the places where people cross. We don't have one everywhere. We still don't have one everywhere because it's just not cost effective to do that. Like, you don't want to spend billions of dollars building a wall in the middle of nowhere where nobody crosses except for animals who are then harmed by the ability to no longer cross the border, which they used to do regularly. Like, it's just not cost effective to do that. I don't think I've not seen evidence that it was particularly effective at reducing migration. Because our asylum laws are just fucked. You are smart, but would a wall work? This is a seriously complicated question. It's not that a wall wouldn't necessarily, like work. It's just that they're diminishing marginal return. So like at some point, like the cost of building a wall in the middle of bumfuck nowhere is just too much for the very low amount of migration it would stop. And like we've reached that point before Trump came into office. Probably the wall that Trump built probably cost way too much. I mean, I don't know how much it cost. I don't remember how much it cost, but like the Border Patrol initially did not want any extra wall built, but Trump made them build it anyway, right? Like, someone clip this, please. Clip what do we need to clip this for? But I mean, most. I don't know if this probably isn't still true, just because people started exploiting our asylum process more. But like, you know, the line was always, I remember the talking points that I got from John Oliver back in 2016. Okay, most illegal immigrants come here legally and then overstay their visas. So if you build a wall, you're not stopping people who come in here legally and then overstay their visas, which is like 60% of illegal immigrants. I came on a plane. Yeah, like literally most of these people come on a plane or, you know, land crossings legally and then just don't leave when they're supposed to. That's not, the wall doesn't do anything about that. And also, like immigration is usually just pretty good. Like, it's like does could a wall work at reducing, you know, migration? Well, like maybe, but also, is it really working if migration is good? Like, shouldn't we just want migrants if they're good? Like, Hope argues it is impossible to argue against libertarianism without falling into performative contradiction. Now then, Hope claims that in order to justify something with the propositional exchange, people must have exclusive control over their own bodies, they must have the right to homestead upon unowned property, and to voluntarily obtain ownership of others' property in order to sustain themselves in debate. In short, anyone who engages in a rational argument must be granted full range of libertarian rights. I've asked 100 times, what is your all favorite songs? I mean, favorite changes. The best song is probably "Nude" by Radiohead. My favorite song right now would probably be, I really don't know. I would have to think. Hold on, let me go to my YouTube mixes real quick. "Nude" by Radiohead, yeah. I don't know, probably it's one of these. Might actually be "Messy" by Lola Young. I don't usually listen to pop music, but I do like this song. Okay. So essentially, Hope is arguing that you must have libertarian institutions in place in order to have argumentation at all. But he's making this argument right now in a world where he says they don't exist. He is literally arguing in the status quo that it's impossible to argue in the status quo. He's arguing that we can't argue. When Hope makes this performative contradiction, he's involved in his own performative contradiction. If performative contradictions disqualify arguments, then then his fails. Type that one out. What? "Messy" by Lola Young? I don't know how to spell her name. I think it's how you think you would spell it. Messy. Lola Young. I'm pretty sure it's that. Oops. Except "Messy." Don't, I'm just bad at typing. Okay. Other words. Hope argues that in order to argue, Must have libertarian institutions in place. However, he's making his argument in a world non-fun. So you are on break now? Yeah, Christmas break. Yeah, is that what you mean? I'm assuming that's what you mean. I was confused what you meant by break, but yeah. Israel, Hamas, Gaza bombing. Israel loosens its rules to bomb Hamas fighters. I'm aware. Killing many more civilians. I'm aware. But this is arguably... It depends on the margin. But there are reasons that you might not agree with it morally. But under international law, it might be okay to do this because Israel's different war aims now than they did in previous attacks in Gaza. So, because in order to meet their new war aims, you could argue that direct and concrete military gain from killing any individual or from killing Hamas members is greater than it was before, and therefore they are allowed to kill more civilians in relation to the direct and concrete military gain. Allowing officers to endanger up to 20 people in each airstrike. This is not that high. For comparison, when the U.S. was in Afghanistan, we had limitations of about 14 to 15 people for high-value targets. By this logic, 300k deaths are to be expected. How does that... I don't see how that follows. What? Just because you kill or are potentially allowed to kill 20 people in every airstrike doesn't mean that you're going to kill 20 people in every airstrike. So it doesn't mean if you kill all 40,000 Hamas militants, you're going to kill 300,000 people. But 15k... I feel like there's more than 15k Hamas fighters, but okay. So in Afghanistan and Iraq, the U.S. ran non-civilian casualty cutoff ratios. I forget the exact wording, something like that, in the range of 14 to 15 for a high-value target. This says killing up to 20 people in every airstrike. I don't know if it... I'll have to read the article. I don't know if this means 20 people per... This says low-ranking fighters. Can now pursue only senior Hamas commanders on depots and rocket launchers would focus on early campaigns, but also the lowest ranking fighters. Each strike, officers had the authority to risk killing up to 20 civilians. Okay. So even for low ranking people. Many of which had lower military significance at such a high potential civilian cost. But basically, we ran only for high value targets, but like about 14 to 15 for the civilian cutoff ratio. That was in Iraq and Afghanistan, where the direct and concrete military gain to the U.S. was a lot lower than it is for Israel, because Israel is... The Gaza is right on the border of Israel. We were fighting on the other side of the world. Our civilians were not really at risk because we were fighting on the other side of the world. There was no risk of our country. I mean, I don't think Israel's ever really at risk of falling during October 7th. But the risk that exists to Israel just did not exist to the U.S. in the war of Afghanistan. So the fact that Israel's a higher civilian casualty cutoff ratio is expected because the direct and concrete military gain is higher. The U.S. didn't have hostages for most of the war, too. Israel has hostages. Yeah. To be clear, also, you would have to concede that this means they're not in any strike where they are only authorized to kill up to 20 civilians. You can't argue they're targeting civilians, right? Because you realize you can argue this is disproportionate, but disproportionate and targeting civilians preclude each other. You can't have a disproportionate attack that targeted civilians, because a disproportionate attack implies that the attack is directed at military, at a lawful military target, and just kills too many civilians. So you would have to concede that they are directing attacks at lawful military objectives, but are simply killing too many civilians in relation to the direct and concrete military gain. But you're not willing to concede that. And so I don't know why I don't know why I would take the concerns about disproportionate attacks seriously if you're not going to concede at all that disproportionate attacks mean that they're directing attacks at lawful military targets. Targeting civilian, a reality for Nestrum corridor. Anyone is attacked or shot. That's not what targeting civilians means. That is arguably indiscriminate if anyone who goes up to the Nestrum corridor is shot, which I do believe is the case, and I don't think that's a good thing. But that's not targeting civilians. That's killing. That's arguably indiscriminate. But there's an argument that you can make for it. I think the biggest issue there is that Gazans don't really know whether they're not allowed to go there. I'm pretty sure it is legal to create no-go zones in war, where you're saying if you come up to this border or corridor and you're approaching armed guards, we're going to assume hostile intent and shoot you. I'm pretty sure that's illegal in armed conflict. What is with lots of children being shot in the head? One, to be clear, again, wait, hold on. No, why am I letting you pivot? You acknowledge, one, I need you to acknowledge the two things that I've said so far before you just pivot to another thing. One, you acknowledge if Israel has limits to the amount of people they're allowed to kill in an airstrike, they are directing their attacks at lawful military targets, right? At least for those airstrikes. You acknowledge that, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? X-Ray says it. Wait, I'm not going to move on to this until you acknowledge the two things I've said so far. I shouldn't even have let you move to the second thing before talking about this one. You acknowledge that if Israel has a limit for the number of civilians they're allowed to kill in an airstrike, maybe that limit's too high for you. Maybe you think that's disproportionate. But you acknowledge that disproportionate attack precludes the possibility of at least that attack being not indiscriminate, targeting civilians. Can you acknowledge that? Or do you not acknowledge that? At least under international law. Maybe you have your own stupid definitions. But under international law, if an attack is disproportionate, that precludes the possibility of it being directed unlawfully at a non-lawful military target. You're not going to answer that. In the status quo, that's possible to argue in the status quo. That's falling into his own performative contradiction. Notice how Malibu is not going to answer? If we wander into substantive content, Hope finds himself in even deeper... Call them names. Hope finds them in even deeper problems. An argumentation ethic of sort clearly entails welfare rights. Hope's whole argument is that if you... that is, to debate you need to sustain yourself, i.e. remain alive and such. But libertarian institutions are neither necessary nor sufficient for sustaining people. They aren't necessary because we don't have to have them now. We don't have them now, yet people are alive, something Hope should know on account of being alive, but it eludes him somehow. They aren't sufficient because libertarian institutions alone don't ensure that any given individual stay alive. John Locke himself recognizes this and provides for redistribution and other privileges as a result. Hope clearly recognizes this in one of his books. He gleefully expounds upon his libertarian future, where because everything is private property, the unwanted are exiled out of society altogether. and into the wilderness to die. You can't forward this argument. You can't forward arguments in this nightmare world. Hope also finds himself in a deeper problem. Because argumentative ethics of this sort entail welfare rights. Hope's argument is that in order to argue, you must be able to sustain yourself, the libertarian institutions. Guys, notice how Malibu is never going to answer because Malibu knows what he just said was stupid. And all he can do is pivot to other examples of bad things Israel does, without addressing the my response to X bad thing Israel does. Neither necessary nor sufficient for sustaining people. They aren't necessary, as evident by the fact people sustain themselves now without them. This is, see, you know, my mom says whenever I swear at people, I detract from my point. But in this case, Malibu deserves to be yelled at, deserves to be called stupid. They aren't sufficient. Because they alone can ensure a given person will survive. As even he said, Hope acknowledges. More than that, in Hope's libertarian world, there's no reason to think that there will even be a wilderness to exile the unwanted to. As Herbert Spencer pointed out, equity therefore does not permit property and land. For if one portion of the Earth's surface may justly become the possession of an individual, and may be held by him for his sole use and benefit, as a thing to which he has an exclusive right, then other portions of our surface may also be held, and eventually the whole of our surface may be held, and so our planet may thus lapse altogether into private hands. Observe now the dilemma to which this leads. Supposing the entire habitable globe to be so enclosed, it follows that landowners have a valid right to its surface. All who are not landowners have no right at all to its surface. Hence, such can exist on the earth by sufferance only. They are all trespassers, save by permission of the lords of the soil. They can have no room for the soles of their feet. Nay, should others think fit to deny them a resting place, these landless men might equitably be expelled from the earth altogether. Real? True. I guess I have to add, as you would hope acknowledge. We are all beings now. You know, I got excited there for a second, Captain Okay. I thought Malibu had finally responded to what I said, but I will never get the pleasure. Gleefully expounds upon his libertarian future, or because everything is private property. I don't want to exile out of society into the wilderness to die. Did it very well. And there's no wilderness to exile being wanted to. And argument ethics is really, really dumb, like self-evidently stupid. You know, by even stating that, you've already accepted the libertarian worldview. $18.51, damn. When an entire globe has been snatched up as property, something impossible in a libertarian regime, you may find yourself with nowhere to physically stand. You will not be able to exist on Earth whatsoever. Being able to exist on Earth is clearly a presupposition for making arguments on it, meaning that the fact that it's a performative contradiction to argue for libertarian institutions. Is hating argumentation ethics a performative contradiction? Well, just hating it in and of itself, no. But if you were to, you know, you'd have to actually make a proposition. If you made the proposition, I hate libertarian, or I guess, or, you know, you should hate argumentation ethics, you know, that would be a performative contradiction. Oh, actually, didn't the thing we read earlier mention the thoughts? Producing any proposition overtly or as internal thought. That's still proposition, though. Hope it saying just hating something is not a proposition, right? How does he define proposition? Little land Earth has been taken as property, which is possible with a libertarian regime. You would not be able to exist on Earth whatsoever without permission. Being able to exist in Earth is clearly a presupposition for making an argument on it, meaning the fact is to perform no contradiction to argue for libertarian institutions or real. I'd go on, but I don't think it's necessary. It's worth noting that Rothbard, an equally bad philosopher, thought Hope's argument was genius. What you can say about Rothbard's intellect is your call. Can I ask you all a terrible question? I feel like you've, actually, you know what? I was going to say I feel like you've asked a lot of terrible questions, but, because I don't mean like the questions you sent before were terrible, but I feel like you have said in chat before, can I ask a terrible question? And they usually turn out not that terrible. Bruh. Maybe Web Archive has it. My question is, why do you all want to date women? Or do you all want to date women? Why or why not? I do. Because I love boobs. Oh, text version. Hold on, there's no reason to kill me. Bro, this is not what YouTube looked like in 2022.
I did a response to Hans Hermann Hoppe's argumentation ethics almost 2 years ago. It was a response to how Hoppe himself chose to represent argumentation ethics in one of his lectures. Now, the thing that I responded to in which Hoppe put argumentation ethics in a nutshell was technically speaking not an argument, but rather it was simply a collection of 7 propositions to which I then responded as I saw fit. But here, I want to do something a little different. I want to create, to the best of my ability, an actual valid argumentation ethics syllogism with both premises and conclusions, and then to test how well this syllogism fares against scrutiny. What follows is a valid syllogism that I've devised of argumentation ethics. And again, as a disclaimer, this is my interpretation of how argumentation ethics would look like if it were represented formally. I would love to use an official argumentation ethics syllogism, but as far as I'm aware, such a thing does not exist. First, here's a representation of argumentation ethics in rather autistic logical language. Premise 1, argumentation implies peaceful conflict resolution. A implies P. Premise 2, statism implies non-peaceful conflict resolution. S implies not P. Conclusion 1, therefore, argumentation implies no.
Bro, this shit's gone too? Wait, what? It was just where it says 128, January 24th. Why are all these videos taken down?
Well, it's time to physically remove argumentation ethics, so to speak. I will let Hans Hermann Hoppe make the argument premise by premise, and I will respond accordingly.
Is this also his shit? Oh, it's not. Okay. Hold on. We'll put this down here. you want a video? Do you want to be CEO or gov thing? I don't know. You want to be the CEO of a major healthcare? Yeah, I want to. You know, I really have a focus for uniting people around healthcare. Bro, what? Oh, under maintenance. Okay. They're all green. I figured it would be like, you know, yellow to give me the immediate indication it's under maintenance. But scheduled maintenance currently in progress. Provide updates necessary. Undergo maintenance from 20 to 21 PSD. Okay. Wait, shouldn't it already... It's been an hour, right? I don't know what this is. 11 p.m. Yeah, 11 to 12. So, do you have classes tomorrow? Why would people? No one has classes tomorrow, right? I would hope not. It's the day after Christmas, or I guess technically it's now 2 days after Christmas. Well, I guess technically since it just became 2 days after Christmas, I guess tomorrow is technically 3 days after Christmas. So it wouldn't be that unreasonable to have classes 3 days after Christmas, I guess, but. Bro. Experiment, you fuck. I was gone. Oh, Malibu. Well, there were two things I wanted you to respond to, and I forget the second one. The first one is that, do you recognize any disproportionate attack? Saying an attack is disproportionate precludes the possibility that that attack was targeting civilians. Do you recognize that fact, right? Do you recognize that? Fuck, where's the second one? I did not even speak that fast. I repeated it like twice. Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to remember the second one. Okay, the first question is, do you recognize that a disproportionate attack precludes the possibility of that attack being directed at civilian targets? Being alive forces you to accept libertarian ethics. Real. Truth. No. Okay, you're dumb. Then you don't know what one of those words mean. Either you don't know what proportionality is, or you don't know what targeting means. Can you define proportionality for me? Okay. So, you either don't know what proportionality is, or you don't know what targeting means under international law. One of these two things is true, because if you didn't understand what both of them meant, you would recognize that a disproportionate attack precludes the possibility of that attack being lawfully directed at a military target. Now, can you define proportionality for me? I'm not sure what precludes means. Okay, preclude means makes it not possible, right? If an attack is disproportionate, it is not possible that that attack was directed at civilian targets. these preclude each other. One being true necessarily makes the other false. If an attack was directed at civilians, it necessarily is not proportionate. If an attack is disproportionate, it necessarily is not direct, or it is not targeting civilians. These preclude each other. One being true makes the other false, necessarily. I don't know what to search to find this. If an attack is disproportionate, is it necessarily not indiscriminate? No, it can be indiscriminate, but it can't. Indiscriminate is different than targeting. Did I use the word preclude? Hold on, it wouldn't be in that. It'd be one of the LeBaron Institute things. Actually, it might be in this. So an attack can't be disproportionate and target civilians. Correct, because proportionality implies that you directed your attack at a lawful military target, but killed civilians in excess of, or the expected damage to civilian, because technically it's examined ex ante, not on how many you actually kill, but based on how many you expect to kill. But an army can want one stated goal. But an army can want one stated goal of it is doing another. That has nothing to do. I'm asking you to accept this in principle. I understand there might be whatever exceptions to this when like an army has one stated goal but does another. But you, definitionally, an attack, at least with the definitions under international law, definitionally, if an attack is disproportionate, it was directed at a military target, but killed civilians in excess of its of the military gain. Kill me, kill me. Proportionality requires a mental state above recklessness because the crime of committing disproportionate attacks requires foreseeing disproportionate damage to civilian objects. I think that's what I'm looking for. Simply envisioning the death of a civilian does not mean the commander has directed the attack against civilians. If the mental state violates the principle of distinction, then no commander can ever engage in proportionality to track analysis without having first violated the principle of distinction. This, in essence, would render the rule of proportionality completely superfluous and stop the analysis at the level of distinction. Yes, but usually armies are not acting from a civilian protection mental state. You provide me an article that said Israel literally has a limit, which you are not required to make a limit. Hold on, wait. You accept that though, right? Wait, hold on. You said yes, okay? You said yes. So you accept that an attack being disproportionate precludes the possibility of that attack being or targeting civilians. Just to be clear, I need you to state that. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Malibu. Well, I want to find. Fuck. I just written down notes, and it has probably has a better way of explaining it than I do. But I might be in a different section, but that's what I don't remember. Yes, but it's not like we should ignore who is running those armies and attack their record or public statements. But you sent me a link to an article stating Israel has a limit of the amount of civilians that they can kill in relation to military targets. That implies Israel's not targeting civilians, even if you think the number is too high, and therefore the attack is disproportionate. At least for those attacks which they have a limit, which I understand they could potentially have other attacks. Where they don't have a limit. Okay. Where do I have notes that mention that a failure or that claiming attack is disproportionate means that attack did not fail. And I shouldn't say didn't fail in distinction, because technically disproportionate attack is still indiscriminate, but that's not how you spell disproportionate. Disproportionate means the attack was directed at a military target. I think they conduct themselves attacking a mosque, militants, well-owned families. Use of bombing in such urban areas is proving bad faith by default. You would have to acknowledge that Hamas operates in way worse faith then, right? Because they station themselves near, or literally in, these urban areas. So if I'm going to kill 1,000 civilians for every one militant and strike them, I'm not targeting civilians, I'm just being disproportionate. Targeting, it would depend on your state of mind. Technically, I guess we could imagine a hypothetical where your state of mind is such to target civilians. And I guess you happen to get militants along the way or whatever. But if the state of mind is towards targeting civilians, oh, here we go. Any proportionality-based condemnation implicitly acknowledges the attack was directed at a lawful military objective and that civilian harm was not the intended outcome. Because if this was not the case, the question of proportionality would not have been raised in the first place. It's in human rights. Which is why I couldn't find it. Okay. Are you kidding me? It doesn't automatically link to it. Okay, fuck you. Why does it do that? I just don't want the box there. Principal precautions: attack commanders must do whatever is feasible. Feasibility, proportionality, and proportionality based condemnation implicitly acknowledges that the attack was directed at a lawful military objective and that civilian harm was not the intended outcome. Because if that were not the case, the question of proportionality would not have been raised in the first place. The proportionality implies that you were directing your attack at a military target. It's just that the expected damage to civilian and civilian objects was too high in relation to the direct and concrete military gain from that attack. What was I reading for this? A lot of unconscious proportionality rules only triggered after a target is determined to be a valid military objective. And the commander assesses that the target will place civilians and or civilian property at risk. Human Rights Watch is correct that in situations, commanders are expected to resist the risk of such attack. I say they use the cover of fighting militant to kill many civilians. Is that what I asked you to acknowledge? The type of weaponry and poorly trained soldiers, the racist attitudes. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with the poorly trained soldiers thing, but I think that's probably what's responsible for a lot of the war crimes I think Israel has committed. But okay. Remember when this stream was about reading? I find it bizarre that anyone would find Hope's argumentation ethics for libertarianism even slightly persuasive. It's a string of non-starters followed by a string of non-sequiturs. But I recently learned that at least one super smart person found it convincing when he was younger. Thus, I think it's worth showing you how you can refute this argument in under a minute. First, I'll give you terms commonly used in political philosophy, then I'll quote Hope's argument. After that, the minute starts. Okay. Okay, Hope's argumentation ethics is a string of non-starters followed by a string of non-sequiturs. And this post tells you how to refute it in under a minute. Begin with some terms from political philosophy. A liberty right is something that grants me permission to do something. Permission to do something. A claim right is something that entails others, their obligations, responsibilities, or duties towards me. Obligations or duties towards me. Claim right is something that entails. So, for instance, suppose you believe everyone has the right to do whatever he pleases. No one has any duties to anyone else. This sentence asserts that people have liberty rights to do anything, but no claim rights at all. In contrast, take I have the right to not be taxed. The government shouldn't take my money. Here, I assert a claim right to my money. I assert the government agents have duties to not take my money from me. So, to review by definition, X has liberty right to do Y means it is morally permissible for X to do Y. X has claim right to do Y means others have duty to not interfere with X when Y's. You can have liberty rights without a claim right. So, for instance, Hope thinks that in the natural state we all have liberty rights to kill one another, but he doesn't think we have claim rights to not be killed. What? Why? Okay, well. For instance, if you believe that everyone has the right to do whatever he pleases, no one has any duties on anyone else. You are asserting that people have liberty rights to do anything, but no claim rights at all. Okay. Or if you assert I have the right not to be taxed, the government shouldn't take my money. Then you are claiming, or then you are asserting a claim right to your money, and the government has a duty not to take money from you. So review by definition, X is liberty right to do Y. This entails that X has a liberty right to do Y. Means that it's morally permissible for X to Y. X has an inherent right to do Y. Means others have a duty not to interfere with X when he Ys. Okay. With that distinction, consider Hans Hope's argument for ethics argument for libertarian self-ownership. Hope claims that the act of trying to justify theory rejected libertarian self-ownership is a performative contradiction. The act presupposes the truth of libertarian self-ownership, as he explained in property. Hope claimed that arguing against libertarian self-ownership is a form of contradiction. It must be considered the ultimate defeat for an ethical proposal. I mean, I read this before, right? Like, that can, if one can demonstrate its content is logically incompatible with the proponent's claim, that its validity be ascertainable by argumentative means. To demonstrate any such incompatibility would amount to an impossibility proof, and no such proof would constitute the most deadly smash possible in the realm of intellectual inquiry. Such property rights in one's own body must be said to be justified a priori. For anyone who would try to justify any norm whatsoever would already have to presuppose an exclusive right to control over his body as a valid norm, simply in order to say, I propose such and such. And anyone disputing such right then would be caught up in practical contradiction, since arguing so would already implicitly have to accept the very norm he was disputing. 60 seconds go. Okay. For the sake of argument on Hope's behalf, I grant that by saying I propose such and such, I take myself to have certain rights over myself. I take myself to have some sort of right to say I propose such and such. I also take you to have some sort of right to control over your mind and body, to control what you believe. Not A being, I don't think Hope can even get this far, but I'm granting it for the sake of argument. But all I need to do is to avoid a performed contradiction is for me to have a liberty right to say, I propose such. I need not presuppose that I have a claim right to say, I propose such and such. Instead, I presuppose that it's permissible for me to say, I propose such and such. I also presuppose that you have a liberty right to believe what I say. I do not need to presuppose that you have a claim right to believe what I say. However, libertarian and self-ownership theory consists of claim rights. So by saying I propose such and such, at most I presuppose the permissibility of me saying I such and such, and of you believing such and such, but I don't presuppose that anyone or anything has any claim rights or duties at all. Hope's argument illicitly conflates the liberty right with a claim right and so fails. QED, since Hope's argument is complete nonsense, it has other fatal flaws, aside from the one I described above. For further refutation, see here. Praxology.net. Oh boy. What the fuck is this? Okay. For the sake of argument, let's grant that asserting something entails accepting self-ownership, all that's necessary for me to avoid performing a contradiction is for me to say I have a liberty right to say, it's for me to claim, or it's for me to accept I have a liberty right to assert something I need not presuppose to have a claim right to say I propose such and such. Also, at most presuppose that you have a liberty right to believe what I say. I do not need to presuppose you have a claim right to believe what I say. However, libertarian self-ownership theory consists only of claim rights. So by saying I propose such and such, at most I presuppose the possibility of me saying I propose such and such, and of you believing such and such, but I don't presuppose anyone or anything has any claim rights or duty at all. I'm making an assertion. I at most presuppose the permissibility of me saying I propose such and such, any of you are believing such and such, but I don't presuppose anyone or anything has any duties or claims at all. and then I'll copy the conclusion or whatever. What the fuck? I don't think this is supposed to go there. There's this at least. I've been gone again. I don't think I asked you anything else. I don't remember what my response was, but fuck, I can't believe you fucking left and I didn't remember the second thing. There's a proportionality thing and then there was the... I forget. I don't remember. Okay. I'll link this as well. Compare the amount of Kiev casualties in West Bank or Gaza and decide in 3. I'm aware there are a lot more. Russia actually, you know what? For all the bad Russia does sometimes. Actually, you know, like, let civilians evacuate. Hamas doesn't do that. Hamas stations themselves. Ukraine and Russia both separate their military from civilians. Hamas doesn't do that. Also, I don't actually know the relative risk of Ukraine versus... I wonder if he has it on here. It wouldn't surprise me if the relative risk is actually somewhat comparable. Battle of... So this is only one battle. We're looking at graphs. We are looking at graphs. This is Battle of... What the fuck city is that? Okay, whatever. Don't know have any clue how to pronounce, but this has a relative risk of 4.6. 4.6. Do you know what that 4.6 is compared to Gaza? 35.6. Basically, what this means is if you're a militant in Gaza, you're 35.6 times more likely to die than a civilian. And this means if you were a civilian in Ukraine in this battle, you were only... Or if you're a militant in Ukraine in this battle, you're only 4 times more likely to die than a civilian. Battle of SIV. Okay. Like, Jesus. Trying to fit a graph of where the ho's at. To be fair, Gaza is like 1/300 the size of Ukraine. Well, I don't know. this suggests that Israel is doing better than Russia did in this battle in terms of killing less civilians. Or not killing less civilians, sorry, but being more discriminate against civilians. This means that if you're militant, militants are 35 times more likely to die than civilians, where this shows militants are only 4 times more likely to die than civilians. That is, I mean, this is presumably, Gaza's like basically one half cities. Yes, and they don't separate the military infrastructure from the cities. Versus Ukraine is hella land. Yes, and Ukraine actually separates the military from the cities. Gaza does not do that. There is no military infrastructure in Gaza. All there is Hamas hiding in basements and tunnels. By the way, this is presumably, or not presumably, I know for a fact there are better battles in Ukraine's when it comes to relative risk. But like, this is really bad. This is well, the civilians are Hamas, so it counts. If you voted for Hamas, you count. Real. It was only like 60% of Gaza or whatever that voted for Hamas. This is 2015. Siege in the siege in Mariupol was 2022 too, right? Or I'm assuming it's this, right? It has a relative risk of 3.7 is a horrible relative risk. I mean, it even says here, for context, there are genocides and or contested genocides which have a relative risk of 3.8, 3.6, like 3.4. Like usually genocide has a relative risk of less than 4. Basically, a 1 on relative risk means you're being perfectly indiscriminate. It means you're just killing everyone without regard for. You're perfectly indiscriminate. If you carpet bombed an entire city, the relative risk for that attack would be 1 because of the way it's calculated. If it's less than 1, you're being discriminate towards civilians. Usually that's rare because even if you want to kill civilians, you have to kill militants to get to the civilians, right? So that's why you see things of genocide that are still like 1.7 or whatever. But what a slut, Gibbs. What the fuck? You do not report accurately. Kiev takes over civilian inhabited apartment blocks, locks civilians in with them. I haven't heard of that, but that's possible. But that is not. That happens in a way larger scale in Gaza. Like, we can look up Ukrainian military bases. We can't really look up military bases in Gaza because all the military bases are in civilian buildings. Oh, wait, I feel like I said we can look up. I feel like I said Gaza about time. We can look up civilian or military bases in Ukraine. We can't really look up military bases in Gaza because they don't build any. All they build is tunnels and work out of the basement of civilian buildings. These are not equivalent at all. Gibbs is in debt. Why is he in debt? I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. They underground. They shoot from the ruins of buildings. That's kind of my point. You recognize it's harder to kill only militants if they're operating from tunnels in between buildings or under buildings that require bunker busting bombs to attack. Like this is my point. We're civilians in the buildings that they are on top of. Like, they come close range to military and confront and destroy. Hamas or what? Are you claim Hamas? Hamas? Who is they? Hamas. They come close range to military and confront and destroy. They come close range to the Israeli military and confront and destroy. I mean, obviously they've done that sometimes, but they also fire rockets indiscriminately into Israel. That's not exactly close range. Yes, see vids. But it doesn't... Why am I letting you shift it? How does that change anything I said? At all? Wait, you have to acknowledge this. You recognize it makes it... I need a yes from this, because that's the only logical answer. It makes it harder to only kill militants if the militants are hiding in civilian basements or in bunkers underneath civilian buildings. I need it. Please answer that. I'm assuming we got no heavy machine. Wait, oh my god. Hello? I don't care. Does it, yes or no? Yes or no? Does it make it harder to kill only militants if the militants are hiding among civilians? Yes or no? Yes, I don't even care if they're doing that in Gaza right now. Maybe they're not. Yes or no? In principle, does it make it harder to only kill militants if the militants are hiding among civilians? Anyway, but I didn't know Russia was bad when it comes to these battles, at least. Obviously, yes. Okay. Whew, thank you. Okay. Okay. Now we can move to, are they doing it at Gaza? Obvious answer is yes. You might say, Israel, fake that video, that one tunnel, blah, 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 blah. But, like, you acknowledge Hamas does operate out of tunnels, which are nearby or under civilian buildings, right? But Russia was not only killing population of that cities. How does that change? That doesn't change anything I said. I literally have zero clue what the relevance of that is. I don't think you'll understand what relative risk means if you are using that to refute it. If Israel is only trying to kill civilians, their relative risk would be way lower than 35. Their relative risk would be probably less than 4. But the relative risk is 30, which kind of suggests they aren't trying to target civilians. These don't. Huh? Why? Are we reading the same? Are we preliminary? 190 pages? That's not a. Last chance? What? Go off now? What? Say what you want to say. Are you talking to me or talking to Malibu? Some brief comments and hope justification of the private property ethic. If the argument, as I understand it, takes the following terms. One, or sorry, anyone. Okay, great. One, if a belief in a proposition is inconsistent with being able to defend it argumentatively, the proposition is false. Two, in order to argue about the truth of propositions, we must have absolute self-ownership, and ownership is scarce means, defined in objective physical terms, obtained via homesteading. Therefore, 3, the denial of libertarian ethic is false. So far as I can tell, both 1 and 2 are false. With regard to 1, consider the proposition. One should never argue about what other people do. What an awesome format he's got here. Do you have an idea of what to do? For what? Your stream. Yeah, I have a bunch of shit to read. Okay. Argumentation ethics. Oh, it's a timing thing? What? It is a different kind of warfare in Gaza from the ones in Russia. I don't disagree. I think you're misunderstanding what relative risk means. You realize the data I just showed you says that Israel's doing a better job at killing militants than than Russia's doing in Ukraine. That's what the data I just showed you shows. Despite the conditions being different, which disadvantages Israel. It is harder for Israel to only kill militants than it is for Russia to only kill militants. It is bad data. How is it bad data? Can you describe what's wrong with the data? Here's I don't think he provides the source. He only provides the sources for the one he added. You can find the other sources. But what's wrong with the data? I don't know you. You trust Israeli data. Wait, Malibu, how do you know what data it's using for that chart? You don't know the data it's using. How do you know? Malibu's not going to answer. How do you know it's using Israeli data? Exactly, we don't know. Well, I do know, to be clear. I do know. How do you know? You just automatically assumed it's using Israeli data. Mayo. I should have Mayo for Sam as a sound alert. Mayo for Sam. Mayo for Sam. Malibu, how do you know?
Mayo for Sam! Mayo for Sam! Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It is impossible to reach a conclusion about Wait, so Malibu, to be clear, you didn't know. You have no clue what data it's using. You didn't even know the link to it until I sent it. So you just automatically assumed it was using Israeli data for no reason. And now you're just saying, I don't care. Wait, can you admit that when you made the claim, I'm trusting Israeli data, that was, you had no, well, whether it's true or false doesn't really matter. Because you had no idea if I was doing that or not. Admit that. Admit when you said that, you had no idea if that was what I was doing. I'm waiting. Malibu's not going to do it. Two things are true. Wait, no, Malibu. I don't care about anything you said. Admit that when you said I was trusting Israeli data, you had no basis for that claim. You had no clue if that was what I was doing or not. Admit that, because you didn't know. I did not say you trust Israeli data. Okay, so when you said... fuck, I forgot Twitch chat fucking sucks at copying. You said you trust Israeli data on who is militant or not. This is what you said. Malibu County. You trust Israeli data on who is militant or not. You can tell you said it because there is no you. This is an assertion. This is not a question. I ask. This is not phrased like a question, buddy. You're missing a do. You're missing a question mark. This is an assertion. Takes the following form. Oh, why can't I? Hello? God damn this shit. Okay, fuck you, no shit. Why does it automatically... Fuck it, that's good enough. I did not even consider anything that you can be something that is not IDF data, but I do not care if it is UN data or anything else. How can anyone know such data? How is that data? Wait, I need you to type out. When I said that you trust Israeli data, I had no basis for that claim. You need obituaries of Hamas members. You need proof they are dead. Proof, Hamas. Okay, well, Hamas does sometimes, not all the time, just state when people die and post them on their website. But regardless, I need you to type out when you said, I trust Israeli data, you had no basis for that claim. You had no clue if that was what I was doing. I had all basis to not consider it's anything but IDF data. You had no clue. What do you mean? You had no clue if that's what I was doing. What do you mean you had all basis to not consider? You had all basis to not consider it's anything but IDF data. You have no clue where the data's from. The IDF doesn't even release data, really. No one knows. I know what he does. You don't know, and you made a baseless assertion. If you came with that data, you are dishonest. What data? You don't know what data. What do you? Again, you have no. You don't know what data it's using. How are you? What do you mean? You are arrogant. You're arrogant. You're not willing to make the concession that you should make, considering undeniably, when you said I trust Israeli data, you had no basis for that assumption. You didn't know what data was using. Why are you using Israeli data anyway? I'm not. I don't even. The IDF doesn't even really release data. They sometimes make it like a few press statements or whatever, but they don't like release data. They release less data than Hamas does through the health ministry when it releases how many people have died, supposedly. I don't care about data you use. You are naive to consider that a reliable source. Wait, Malibu. Maybe that... Okay. For the sake of argument, I accept that, Malibu. For the sake of argument, I accept I was naive to think that to think Avi Bitterman is a reliable source, okay? I was naive. Sorry. I'm sorry. I accept that for the sake of argument. Yes or no? Sorry. It's not a yes or no. I need this concession from you. You had no basis to say I was trusting Israeli data. Because you didn't know what data it was using. And you still don't even know what data it's using because I haven't told you. So I need you to concede that you had no basis for saying I was trusting Israeli data when I never told you what data it was using. When you don't know what data it was using. You had no clue what data it was using. There's no data covering that. Wait, oh my god. I don't understand what is going on in your mind right now to think that changes anything. Maybe there is. Maybe it's conceptually possible. There is, let's say, again, for the sake of argument, I concede there's no data covering the thousands of militants or whatever. All right? There's no accurate data. I concede. There's no accurate data. What was the basis for the claim that I was trusting Israeli data? You still have no basis for that claim because you had no clue what data I was using. So there's still no basis for that claim. That doesn't help you. I could concede that argument entirely, and it wouldn't help you in the slightest. With regard to premise 1, consider the proposition. One should never argue about what people should do. Who investigates number of Hamas deaths has only reason to use IDF data when coming with such conclusions. Wait, is your brain short-circuiting? I don't think you're listening. Yeah, okay. Yes or no, did you know what data that chart was using when I sent it to you? Yes or no? Yes or that's a yes or no question. Did you know what data I was using when I sent that chart to you? Yes or no? 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 Did you have justified true belief that I was using? Well, it's not true, but regardless. Did you have justified true belief that I was using Israeli data, IDF data, for that chart? Which I didn't make, but... belief in it is inconsistent with defending it argumentarily, but that tells us nothing about whether it is true or false. I don't care. Then I don't know. If you won't concede the thing that you obviously did, then you're clearly not acting in good faith. I don't like if like you have no basis for making this claim, and you won't even concede that you didn't have a basis for making the claim. You're still like saying I'm trusting IDF data. Like you're clearly not acting in good faith if you won't concede this. Well, belief in this is inconsistent with defending it argumentarily. That tells us nothing at all about whether it is true or false. As I strongly admit, I suspect data. I strongly admit I suspect data is collected heavily reliant on Israeli sources. Like how you hate engaging? Real. I don't... Okay. You concede that you didn't know what data it was using when I sent you the chart, right? When we looked at the chart. You don't know what data it was using. Dog. No serious person would publish that. Okay. I don't... Oh my god. Yes or no, do you concede that when you looked at the chart, you did not know what data it was using? So yes or no question. 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 Yes or no. Does not take this long to type yes or no. Yes or no question. Yes or no question. Yes or no question. Considering you're not a mind reader, and the answer is no. That is obviously what the answer is, and you just won't admit it because then it reveals that you made an unjustified assumption about where it was getting the data from. I did not know. You strongly concluded it's using Israeli sources just because it published it. Israel published it? Israel did not publish it. But okay. The data it's actually using is the mean estimate of the Israel-friendly numbers and the Hamas-friendly numbers as reported by Reuters. It's the data it's using. But you just made an unjustified assumption that I was trusting Israeli numbers. But okay. No, authors did. Well, you said it. Usually you don't refer to an author as it, which make me think you're referring to Israel as the it that published it. Israel did not publish it. It was a random guy. Or not really not totally random guy, but... You are a child for trusting the logic behind it. What is the logic behind it that I'm a child for trusting? What? You don't know the logic behind it. What do you mean? Reuters mean. The mean of the estimate of the Israel-friendly numbers and the Hamas-friendly numbers as reported by Reuters. What data would you suggest that we use? One can even imagine someone who did not believe in a proposition constructing a valid argument proving it's true, although he would presumably stop speaking as soon as he had completely convinced himself. Hamas-friendly numbers, lol. What the numbers that show more civilians dead? The Hamas-friendly. Why are you so upset with that phrase? That's what it is. I don't know what to tell you. The Hamas-friendly numbers and Israel-friendly numbers. Like, what? Your ideology, cocktail, wishful thinking, and pure delusion. Real. Thank you, Grok. I question the method. You don't know the methodology. I rebuke you for coming with it. You don't even know the methodology. You. What do you mean? You don't know that? I don't understand. You're making more baseless assumption. You don't know the methodology. You didn't know it. Oh my god. Kill me, dude. I mocked the author of that. Okay. You know what? I mocked the author too. You know why? He never responded to my DMs. Fuck you, Javi. I invited him on stream. I said, hey, I'm a small streamer. Want to chat about this sometime? He said no. Or he didn't say no. He just didn't reply. Left me on fucking... I mean, I don't know. Discord doesn't tell you if they read it or not. But fuck that guy. Thank you, Grok. As a two, note that note that if it is literally true, nobody, including Hope, has ever argued about the truth of opposition, since there are no completely libertarian societies in which they could do so. Part 2, premise 2. If it is true, then no one has ever argued about the truth of opposition, since there are no completely libertarian societies in which they could do so. Do you all have nice music? I don't know what music localists in Malibu listen to. I bet Malibu listens to shitty music. This is my nice music. Look at my like songs. Incredible. I do have the best music taste in life. Localist, you're in a lucky spot right now. I'm more mad at Malibu than I am at you right now. Presumably that'll switch a little bit later, but... Actually, how do we pin you guys against each other? Both of you are like anti-establishment hacks, so although like Malibu is like way on the left and like Localist is more right-leaning, it's going to be rather hard to do so. But you guys disagree on plenty, so... Fuck. How you gonna be pro-establishment? Because I think the policies of establishment liberals are generally better. I think the quote-unquote establishment, which I don't even think exists to the extent you think it does, but quote-unquote establishment has delivered pretty good gains to workers and pretty good gains to people generally. Like poverty has fallen. People's lives have gotten better. I love the elites, their interest, and the status quo. Well, I think the status quo is relatively good. So, yeah. Like, I think the Federal Reserve does a good job managing the economy. So, I want to maintain that. I think most American institutions establishment is Israel boat real? I think most American institutions are generally good. The FDA does a generally good job regulating food and drugs. The EPA does a relatively good job protecting the environment. Yeah. It's always not true. Neither proposition for what follows. One can think of enormous non-libertarian ethics and non-libertarian societies consistent with people being able to argue in their defense. This is obviously not true. And neither is the, hold on, the Malibu proposition, from which it follows. We might comment what establishment Israel vote, or why are you not able to conclude that that is a shitty way to reach conclusions? What is a shitty way to reach conclusions? Why don't you simply dismiss the author after reading how he came to that conclusion? My entire fight with you, Malibu, was that you had no basis to make the claim that I was just trusting Israeli data because you didn't know what data was using. Maybe you don't think the data it was using was good, but you made an assumption that I was trusting Israeli data with literally no basis for that claim because you did not know what data it was using. That was the whole fight we had. If you have a issue with him using the mean estimates of the Reuters numbers, I would like to ask what numbers you think we should use. Habitat data is pro-Israel. Author is pro-Israel. So when I say Israel-friendly numbers, it's not like literally the numbers like put out by the IDF. Again, it's what Reuters estimates, which it does use data from Israel to estimate. But I mean, like, do you not think it's reasonable to think that the truth is somewhere in between Israel's numbers and Hamas's numbers, as it is with like every other war? No, not reasonable. Why is that not reasonable? Is that not true for like basically every other war? And there might be some niche exception that I don't remember, but like, when you think of an enormous number of non-libertarian, okay, consider an ethic according to which people have absolute ownership over half their working hours and are obligated to spend the rest working for others. 8 hours a day is enough time for an extensive philosophical argument. Or consider ethic according to which we are obliged to spend all of our time working for others, but defending ethics classifies as working for others. As a final example, consider an ethic according to which there are no rights at all. Everyone is morally free to coerce everyone else whenever he can get away with it, but many people succeed in defending themselves well enough so they can control much of their own time. According to their ethic, they have no right to self-ownership, nor anything else, but they have physical control over themselves and are therefore able to make arguments. One might possibly claim that this comes closer to describing the world in which we now live in. An alternative ethic, according to which people have absolute ownership over half their waking hours and are obliged to spend the rest working for others. By simply existing, the reports from pro-Israel, anti-Israel sources is used when reaching conclusion. This is bad logic. Okay. Read my mind. I was going to say something. Fuck. Oh, Malibu, why do you never answer my fucking questions? Like, it's impossible for you to do so. I don't get it. You won't have time to argue about philosophy. Have those working hours. Or consider an ethic according to which we are obliged to spend all of our time working for others, but defending an ethic classifies as working for others. But you cannot concede I am right to say it relies heavily on pro-Israel or IDF sources. It doesn't rely on pro-Israel or IDF sources. It just has an estimate that is more favorable to Israel, because obviously it does, because that's what journalism is. Like, you take what you think is accurate from Israel's numbers and what you think is accurate from Hamas's numbers, and I think Reuters doesn't just accept the Israel numbers at face value. I'm pretty sure they do. Even if they did, again, it's demean. But Reuters, IDF, Gaza, death tolls. Talking like you're reviewing Ground News. Well, I am reviewing. I am sponsored by Ground News. Officials said the figure is suspect. However, Israel is also says 346 soldiers killed in combat. Israel periodically gives estimates of how many Hamas fighters it believes have been killed. The most recent is 17,000, 18,000. About half the Hamas estimates before the war. It is roughly one. So roughly one civilian has been killed for every fighter. A ratio blames the Hamas for using civilian facilities. Israel said, I don't think this doesn't even provide the fucking Hamas estimate number. Somebody said a verified war dead. Or children are nearly 75% of verified war dead. UN Rights Office says. What is the UN Rights Office doing? But you don't think it's reasonable to think that the truth lies somewhere between the numbers friendly to Israel and the numbers friendly to Hamas? Finally, consider an ethic according to which there are no rights at all. And everyone is free to coerce everyone else whenever you can get away with it. However, many people are able to defend themselves so that they control themselves at least most of the time. According to the ethic, they have no self-ownership nor anything else but a physical control of themselves and are able to make arguments. One of us a short vid on housing and urbanist way to take a break. I'm probably going to stop streaming after I finish reading this thing. I don't know. Link it and how long is it? Extension of 2 to cover not only self-ownership but libertarian property rights as well. Maybe in particular libertarian theory, what property rights are like and how they are acquired. If anything is less defensible, almost pure assertion, unlevied by argument. One can think of lots of other systems of property rights that would work at least well enough to keep some people alive to argue philosophy. Hope somehow skip from your ethic must allow you to live to your ethic must do the best possible job at letting people live to you must accept Hope's preferred form of libertarianism via Hope's preferred form of libertarian does the best possible job at letting people live. Counterexamples include old society that have existed for long as one generation. Since in all such societies, people did in fact live long enough and would argue philosophy, to grow up and argue philosophy, and none of them were pure libertarian societies. Extension of premise 2 to cover libertarian property rights as well. It's even less defensible.
I grew up within the typical American suburbanite culture in LA. Every trip is made by car. Going to school, the park, the store, to see friends. Everything. In reality, with a few exceptions, all Americans share this lifestyle. Life is lived through isolated pods, detached from the outside world. Walking isn't for travel, but for exercise, and even when you do walk, no one is out. And you can walk for an hour and hardly have reached anywhere of note. Nothing is
real. Me when I have no third places. And I have to walk for an hour to get to Food Lion. There were other systems, property rights. It says even like Hope specific. But keep people alive and well enough to argue philosophy. You stop that? I have to finish reading this. Hope is must get from your ethic must allow you to live to your ethic must do the best possible job to let you live, and you must accept Hope's preferred form of libertarianism via Hope's preferred form of libertarianism does the best at letting people live. I really like the way this is phrased. Counterexamples include all society. Yeah, okay.
Is interesting. Everything is something to park next to and walk in, and then drive away. And the only exception is likely the mall, where everything is marble white, branded, and grows stale after a few visits. People don't know their
And also, half the malls are closed by now.
neighbors. People don't know their community. People don't know their city or their country. They don't know who lives amongst them and what they're like, and they would never dare to learn. What are they going to do? Knock on people's doors? Wave to them from afar on a line at a drive-thru? People spend their entire lives completely isolated from each other. So what makes you think they have the social confidence to do things like that? Which, of course, is why no one does. So what are we left with? A country of isolation and ignorance. American culture, pride, and patriotism is a shell of what it once was. But it is also
I don't think I would describe his hair as gross.
unknown to most, especially those who grew up in this lifestyle and those whose parents grew up in it too. You have to realize that the suburbanite lifestyle is one that leads to lonely consumerism. Just walk through the typical American's day. You wake up, drive in rush hour traffic, alone, with radio babbling to you all throughout. You work, and while this could be a source of healthy interaction, for many it's just as isolating and dreadful as anything else, with many spending their working days on screens at a lonely desk. And then you drive home in traffic, alone, maybe pick up a drive-thru meal, with more radio babble, and then you finally get home and watch TV before going to bed and starting all over again. It's all designed for more consuming and more media. To do anything else, you have to go back in your car and park somewhere, and after driving in rush hour to and from work, do you really want to go on another journey in traffic, spend more gas money? Doing something as simple as going to a cafe in the morning, taking a stroll through town, or getting fresh air at the park or at a public square is either too much of a time suck, expensive, or downright impossible. Just as you'd expect, most choose not to go out of their way to do these things, which is understandable, and oftentimes many don't even have the choice to do these things because where they live doesn't even provide the option. This means we spend hours and hours consuming media and spend almost no time in the public realm, and this leaves us vulnerable. We saw this play out in real time during the COVID lockdowns, where all of these present problems somehow got even worse, and people lived their lives by whatever the TV or TikTok told them, and it became so abundantly clear that there was hardly such a thing as community spirit, but also that people literally don't understand where they live, and perhaps have lived their entire lives. This drives us apart and polarizes us as we pledge allegiance to news media rather than the flag, and by that I really mean fellow citizens. And this makes us enemies with one another. This gives us justification then to tear our streets apart and let them become dystopian nightmares, whether through vandalism or the rise of ugly modernist buildings. But it goes beyond that. We now tolerate complete degeneracy. More than that.
Ugly modernist buildings? Are modernist buildings really that?
Actually, we accept it.
That
we shrug at
bad?
the downfall of our cities, the growing dangers of urban America, the lack of dignity and class amongst our populace. We're okay with our civilization being completely uncivilized. We turn a blind eye to the utter disasters that plague our home. Why? Because it doesn't really affect us. I mean, it does, but it's so easy to ignore it all. We see the mess of today's America through our windshields, but never have to interact with it or feel it weighing down on us. Our streets can fall apart, but we never walk on them anyways. Our buildings in downtowns have become ugly and desolate, but all we do is park and go inside somewhere. A riot can break out in downtown, but we live 12 miles and a 45-minute drive away. And you probably would never have known that anything had happened if it wasn't on the news, or if someone didn't post it online. The American public are currently in shock to see that such a large proportion of this country is willing to come out in support of Hamas terrorism. They thought it was only a small fraction that felt this way, but no, it's
Whoa, 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 whoa. What type of...
This is precisely emblematic of our isolationist car-centric culture. We didn't know so many people felt this way because we didn't even know these people existed. We never see them, just like how we never see anyone. Car-centric culture keeps people in the shadows until they've earned enough attention from the media for them to be known. Out here in London, where I currently am, where there's primarily pedestrian culture, when 50,000 plus people came out for the same cause, there was no shock. Maybe by some journalists online who don't live here, but even just the 4 weeks of living a pedestrianized lifestyle in London rather than a motorist one, I came to expect what we saw, not be surprised by it. And it's abundantly clear the value in that speaks for itself. Americans, we don't know our country. We don't care about our country. If we did, we wouldn't be so shocked by what is so commonplace amongst our society. If we did, we wouldn't be so separated from all those around us. If we did, we wouldn't have to let our cities rot into dystopian hellholes. If we did, we wouldn't have let everything become so ugly. If we did, it wouldn't be so divisive to say that we should do something about this, whether you're talking about law enforcement, the border, drugs, public transit, car laws, education, and even architecture. We all need to wake up to the trap our car-centric lifestyle has put us in. Is it a coincidence that when suburban living and car centricity came to define American life in the 50s is also when society has slowly started to degrade into what we see today? The breakdown of the family, secularization, over-sexualization, the rise of depression and anxiety, chronic obesity, hyper-individualism, constant consumerism, drug use, the rise of thug culture, the list goes on and on. And while you can point to other factors such as modern technology or hyperinflation as to why these things have all happened, somehow these problems are far worse in America than in other countries which have experienced many of these same things. Why? Because America in the last 60 years is the place more than any other that has built an urban landscape and lifestyle that is obnoxiously car-centric and devoid of culture, community, and beauty, and keeps everyone operating within their own bubble. Only in America can you live your whole life in the same place and be completely ignorant to what is happening around you. And it's one of the only places where even if you do see it, it can easily be avoided and never dealt with. You can simply just drive by. Some of you might hear that.
It's pretty bad in Canada too, and I think Mexico to a lesser extent is way too car-centric. And the UK, all the dumb English-speaking countries. I guess Mexico is not largely English-speaking, but
And say, well, thank God I can just drive by, and use that as a means to continue to not care. But that's weak. We need to be held accountable because if it's not us who realizes this and looks to do something about it, then we're screwed. No one is going to help save us. This is why something seemingly as nerdy and boring as architecture, urban design, and transit, which I've talked about ostensibly on this channel, should not be waved off as some fringe thing. It's at the epicenter of the movement to finally put an end to this devastating cycle. If you want America to become a better place, then it's time to humble yourself and start caring about car centricity and modernist architecture and urban design, and pushing for something greater. Thanks for listening. See you next time.
incredible.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the kind of feels like you're doing all this and you can question it like, is this all for nothing?
Okay, I was just curious. China Arab states are inspired by horrible U.S. type urban planning. Yeah, I've seen that one video about the Adam something video about Dubai, which is like Dubai just shows like hardcore fuck itself with with its urban planning. Like, Jesus. I don't know why the fuck they did that to themselves, man. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do that. I got too much fucking shit open. Okay, hold on. Are you going to answer? I was gone. Wait, what did I not answer? Look at China urban planning. I mean, I've seen some things that are bad, but, you know, China also has... At least China has rail. Yes, but still quite gross, yeah. Okay, fuck me. Okay. Wait, what did I not answer, Malibu? I'm so confused. Oh, guys, wait, the new episode of, wait, is it? I don't know, actually. I forgot. There's a new episode of Beast Games out. I love Beast Games, guys. Wow, I'm going to read a little more of this. Rule over surely be read. Okay, theism to the rescue. Suppose the libertarian wants to reject all those options because she thinks they're lame. What's left? I have the final offer. Rule in favor of God. Remember, in the thought experiment, I want to come with created in a 3D printer up in heaven by God. On theism, the following two things are often thought as to be the true God. First, God exists. AC, that is, God is the sole ultimate reality. The only self-existent being. No being but God exists out of necessity. Second, there's a doctrine of creation ex nihilo, which is closely bound to the doctrine of aseity. Did I pronounce that? God, the sole ultimate reality, is the creator of all else that exists. After verse 5, did at the beginning of solution, the courts will simply treat Owen Cohen as a temporary steward of God's property. Heart would try to rule however they think God would want them. Maybe God opposes suicide. In that case, the IFL-OCC, suicide of Cohen, who wants to live. Or maybe, the contrary to the popular misconception, God approves of the practice, in which case IFL-OCC, suicide of Owen, who wants to die. Of course, a solution like this would have to overcome a number of hurdles if it would succeed. First and foremost, you would straightforwardly You could straightforwardly reject that it's doubtful whether God exists. Second, you could deny the concept of ownership. At least it's normally understood by libertarians can be meaningfully applied to God. For example, according to libertarians, an essential feature of property ownership is that it is inalienable. That it can be transferred to others at will. But it would be strange to think that God could just give ownership of all his creations to one of his creatures. Another reason to think that ownership cannot be truly predicated to God is suggested by Alexander Person in his Majestic blog. He reasons as follows. 1. Things can be permissibly traded, barring special circumstances. 2. Trade in persons is never permissible. And 3. Thus no one owns a person. By 1 to 3. Thus, no person owns herself. By 4. But the same argument, God doesn't own us either. We belong to God, of course, but not by way of ownership. The rub of ownership can not be truly predicated to God. Then the theistic solution to the Owen-Cohen dispute fails, since God, if he exists, doesn't own Cohen at least. Or it doesn't own Owen and Cohen, at least, so the objection goes. However, there are ways this objection might be plausibly resisted. One would be to deny that the two examples listed above, transferring ownership of creation to a creature, trading process, are possible for God, since they contradict his goodness, his perfect rationality, or for some combination of the two. Second would be adopt a strategy hinted at by Proust. Even if God doesn't own, we might still be able to belong to him in a relevant sense. And if Owen and Cohen belong to God, then that might be all that's needed for the theistic solution to get off the ground. Either way, I suspect the worst of this objection can be avoided. Third, libertarians will be wedded to the principle which seems to make God's existence of little help. More precisely, libertarians will think that human persuasions are intrinsically unownable, or otherwise the ones who defend voluntary slave contracts, that it's impossible to own a person merely by creating them. But clearly the libertarian who accepts this principle won't be able to accept the theistic solution to the Owen-Cohen dispute, since to say something intrinsic to persons bar those who make them from owning them, except for God, who does it, is without further elaboration a clear case of special pleading. Finally, one could object, even if this approach is theoretically sound, we'd still face a practical problem of coming to know what God wants us to do with his belongings. By my light, that's the biggest downside to solution 5. For if its underlying assumptions turn out to be true, then the only one whom homesteading principle truly applies is God. So if libertarian embraced the theistic solution to the Owen-Cohen dispute, she'd have the additional burden of offering reasons for why, of all the way God might want his property used by and allocated among his creatures. He'd want it done according to libertarian principles. Crazy. And then we read that. Why am I zoomed in? The American model. Task of just the national health system is at its heart optimization problem, not dissimilar to the task of an individual in the Grossman model. Societies must decide how much time and money they want to spend on improving their health, and how much time and money they want to spend on other national priorities like education and military and the environment. Once they have made this determination, it must also chart an optimum strategy for achieving the level of health in the cheapest and most efficient manner. This analogy between an individual society is not quite right, though. Society is composed of many people. It's fundamentally different than from a single person. Each person is presumed to have consistent and transitive preferences. Suppose an individual prefers eating a cookie to watching TV and prefers watching TV to exercising. If she has a transitive preference, she also prefers eating a cookie to exercising. If instead she prefers exercising to eating a cookie, she has a circular preference, and it's unclear which of these three activities is optimal, or even if there is an optimal at all. Without transitive preference, welfare or economics falls apart. Transitive preferences are necessary for are a necessary assumption for utility maximization and optimal choice to have meeting. Luckily for economics, transitivity seems like a very natural assumption, and much of the field is built upon it. However, in a shocking 1951 paper, economist Ken Arrow proved that societies do not necessarily have transitive preferences, even when everyone in it does. His finding, known as Arrow's possibility theorem. I remember I've read about this, or I don't think I've read about it. I think there was in a Veritasium video. To prove it, his theorem is involved in technical, but we illustrate the basic idea of an example of a turbulent political culture. Okay, I understand basic parts of it. Any single performing voter is a transitive set of preferences. But anything else is flawed. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Health policy. Trilemma. Arrow's possibility theorem says that it does not make sense to speak of optimal health policy for a country because societies do not always have a set of preferences that can be optimized in a regional sense. Nevertheless, political decisions do occur in various national health policies have emerged. In his book, we assess these policies by analyzing how well they met with three broad goals: health, wealth, and equity. These assessments cannot reveal which nation's health policy, if any, is optimal, but they do allow us to study the trade-offs inherent in health policy. The first two goals, health and wealth, are familiar from Grossman's model, where an individual has one fundamental trade-off to think about: health versus other goods. Societies trying to determine the health have to consider not only that trade-off, but also the set of trade-offs between different groups within society. Many in society would be willing to sacrifice health or other goods to ensure better outcomes for the worst off. Achieving fairness, equity, and health access and outcomes is the third goal of health policy. Figure 2.1 depicts the three-pronged trade-off inherent in health policy. In an ideal world, all three goals would be attainable at once. People would live strong, healthy lives, pay very little for health care, and this happy state of affairs would be available to everyone in society. In practice, though, it's impossible to have everything. Any attempt at a nation to move closer to one of these goals necessarily involves a trade-off that moves that nation further away from some other goal. Any hypothetical policy X that effectively combats adverse selection and increases equity, for example, would increase cost or lower health, at least for some. That there are trade-offs between these three goals should not be surprising. If all three goals could be met simultaneously, health policy would not be a source of endless political acrimony, nor would it be interesting or important to study. Okay, that's understandable. I was just curious what this book had said. Okay, I'll stream again tomorrow. I appreciate you guys watching. I love streaming. I love that you guys watch me stream. Sorry I didn't stream for 3 or 4 days there. Answer. But you cannot concede I'm fully entitled to say that the study quota relies heavily on No, I want to say it relies heavily on it. It has an estimate that's Israeli friendly and an estimate that's Hamas friendly. But like, you had no basis for making that. My position was always, you had no basis for making that assumption. You didn't know what data was using. You said I trusted IDF data. I'm not trusting IDF data. I'm taking the mean of the IDF friendly numbers and the Hamas friendly numbers. That's not just trusting IDF data, because the truth probably lies somewhere in between them. But I guess that's unreasonable to you. Why should I be blamed for reaching my conclusion and dismissing the author and making assumptions? Because I dismiss even engaging in that calculation. Well, if you dismiss engaging in the calculation, then why wouldn't you? Okay, whatever. Love stream. Love you guys. Watch me stream. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. The sources trust IDF data. No, they don't just trust. They take the mean of the IDF data and the Hamas data. That's not just trusting the IDF data at face value. Why are we looking at the Hamas data if we trust the IDF data at face value? There's an implicit distrust in the IDF data if you are using other data and taking the mean of them. You're saying, I don't fully trust the IDF data, therefore I'm going to take the mean with the Hamas data. Okay, whatever, dude. If you trusted the IDF data, you would just use the IDF data, but they don't use the IDF data. I say no calculation is worth making. Then you have cited the civilian to combatant ratio at me before, so you don't agree with that, right? You have told me that like 70% of people killed in Gaza are children and women or whatever. So if there's no calculation worth making, then why are you citing me that? You don't think that calculation is worth making. At least if you adhere to that same principle. Watch Malibu not answer. Oh wait, is Substack back up? It is. Hold on, I'm not even straight. I want to read this. It also lacks data on those missing. What you try because of the wait, oh my god, what are you saying? What are you saying? You said no calculation is worth making. Yes or no? Have you cited the civilian to combatant ratio? I don't know. How do I search through your message history? I guarantee you have. But I'd have to scroll up. Fuck. So the article about the blue. Does it? Hold on. Let me. We talking about Gaza here. We are not talking about Israel. We are talking about Israel right now. Wait, why can't I just... I don't know why it doesn't let me just search through your entire message history at once, but... But if you say that, I never want to hear that no calculation is worth making, then I never want to hear whatever 70% of people in Gaza who have died are women and children, because you think that no calculation was worth making. Equality is impractical. Freaking libertarians, for real. I've recently become interested in egalitarianism and debates on equality as an ideal. Jesus. My personal experience led me to the intuition that people should have a common solidarity. Pursuing equality is a worthy goal. However, simple institutions are not the same value as well thought out, in-depth arguments. Intuition, sorry. Often, when invoking intuition as justification, it's just an easy for the opposition to point to discrete circumstances, periods of time, or hypotheses in which a simple intuition does not offer the depth of applicability that we might ordinarily figure. Given this, I spent time in the last several months redefining my intuitions and tackling the various arguments for and against equality as an ideal. Through this research, and in nearly every instance where I argue my egalitarian viewpoint, I've offered a simple refrain: in what realm should individuals be equal, and how should we measure and enact equality? This is perhaps the most foundational question for egalitarians to answer, but it's hardly the best argument against the various forms of egalitarianism. About Hamas numbers or death, no calculation is worth making. What? Oh, P. Diddy, are we allowed to call in? Are allowed to call public school crossing guards child trafficker? Yeah, awesome, P. Diddy. My recent article makes the case that political equality is a value worth taking seriously, and one of the ways society can work towards moving towards a more perfect political equality is by limiting or abolishing altogether the influence of money in politics. I briefly appeared on stream discussing the influence of money in politics, and specifically whether Elon Musk's recent attempts at buying influence in our political process were worth concerning. I appeared on stream for a little over 20 minutes and answered and accounted the following all too familiar anti-egalitarian arguments. 1. If money in politics is bad because it gives certain individuals undue/inequitable influence over politics, what about the other things that give individuals undue/inequitable influence over politics? Are some people, by luck or circumstance, not better rhetoricians who are more effectively able to convince the masses of people relative to people who unjustly do not have the same skill? Why not care about this inequality as well? 2. Instituting a system of perfect political equality is impractical because of discrete, principally ambiguous circumstances. For example, what if an individual purchases a hat to support and advertise their chosen candidate? Is that not an example of an individual with excess income disproportionately influencing our politics? Shouldn't we regulate this out of existence if we really care about money-derived influence on politics? These arguments are bad because they assume the egalitarian is developing an all-encompassing monist framework that is not concerned with human behavior, practicality, or competing values. On the first argument, that egalitarians ultimately cannot achieve their ideals because certain domains of inequality persist. Egalitarianism is but one value in a jumble of values reasonably weighed against each other. It is not unreasonable to sacrifice strict egalitarian ideals in favor of balancing other ideals such as community, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and utility, and so on. A practical concession on egalitarian ideals is not a statement on the value of equality as a principle. I might think a good governing framework for society is the equality of all people's welfare, but I might also recognize that the behavioral limitations of my egalitarian ideal is weighted against my ideal surrounding freedom and privacy. In establishing the potential trade-offs, maintaining inequality of welfare, and the likely need for state surveillance, G.A. Cohen, in on the currency of egalitarian justice, quips, "Hi, I'm from the Ministry of Equality. Are you by chance unusually happy today?" He later says the surveillance implications of equality of welfare standard would be a reason to prefer equality of resources instead when considering competing values. Those values constituting our value system in a pluralist framework are independently important, but sometimes a value might counteract another, and it is up to the individual to have a reasoned framework for weighing the application of values against one another when difficult applied questions present themselves. It's also important to meet people where they are currently materially exist. It might not be ideal that certain people do not have the capacity for rhetoric, such that they can accomplish their policy goals equal to someone else who have lesser merit, but who has greater rhetorical flourish. But I might prefer that to a strict egalitarian framework where rhetoric is legally disallowed, insofar as my other values are being satisfied with some greater magnitude of synthesis. In this choice, I'm denying a full realization of my egalitarian ideal, ever presently committed to searching for a means to justly collapse the inequality associated with differing levels of rhetorical skills. In an ideal society, inequities of skill and rhetoric would be a result of free and equally available choices of people, and it is true despite the recognition that the means to achieve this ideal do not currently exist in perfect form. With respect to my other various values, though, as an aside, the present level of inequality, pervasive in various aspects of society, is far from justifiable when weighted against my other values. On the second argument that establishing egalitarian ideals would face difficult to evaluate circumstances, this is not a statement on the morality of the directional choices we make within select domains of equality. Sure, it's easy to poke holes in the nitty-gritty details of actually existing such laws and proposals, but we could do this with literally any set of laws. For instance, it is very complicated and imperfect to process in a perfect process to determine whether or not someone is guilty of murder, and it's equally complicated and imperfect to determine what a murderer's consequences should be. Despite this being true, it is not a statement on whether society should consider murder immoral or engage in steps to prevent murder, punish or rehabilitate those who commit murder, and generally provide maximal justice in response to murder. Certainly, the response to a debate on morality of murder and the necessities of society to tackle the applied questions surrounding murder shouldn't be, well, what if a person is actually innocent? What if criminal justice can't catch every murderer? What if someone doesn't murder, but they do something else immoral like assault? These are reasonable questions to ask when faced with building institutions that reflect their values, but they aren't great arguments against the moral position of being against murder, nor are these questions great arguments against the attempt to build societal frameworks to prevent murder from occurring and react to murderers that happen. Even if a value is entirely impractical to build legal institutions around, that still does not necessarily impugn the value itself, for it might prove so impractical for the government to enforce a system of values that we decided the government shouldn't make the attempt in the first place. How do I pronounce this? Fuck, I can't read. I'm tired. Relegating certain values to interpersonal realms, such as being neighborly, courteous, honest, etc. On the egalitarian ideal itself, or on the egalitarian ideal specifically, that it would be undesirable to give the practical ambiguity in the application of egalitarian principles. This is, again, not a statement on the desirability of egalitarianism on an ideal. On a murder example, there might be some instances where it is difficult and perhaps controversial for relevant entities to define a specific instance of murder. There have been innumerable times in which a prosecutor refuses to prosecute someone whom many ordinary people might consider a murderer deserving of punishment or rehabilitation, or the reverse might happen, where the prosecutor decides to prosecute someone for murder, despite many ordinary people agreeing that the person is not guilty of murder, or not guilty of a morally incorrect act. The ambiguity at the depths of our applied ethical framework is not a reason to ultimately toss the value that the equality of people is ideal, and society should seek out ways in which to achieve this ideal. Perhaps we should ask whether, one, campaigns or external entities should be legally allowed to sell campaign merchandise, and two, whether we should empower individuals to purchase that merchandise when concerned with money-derived inequalities in politics. It is reasonable to think about the various domains that create inequalities and capacities for political advocacy, such as skill and rhetoric, but these questions do not give the egalitarian reason for pause. One, the egalitarian can reasonably commit to equality in only certain domains, given competing values or potential practicalities. And two, the egalitarian can advocate for less than perfect policy, so long as the net direction of society is positive. What? Econoboy W. Okay. Alright. I appreciate everyone watching. I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I will see you all again tomorrow. By Hamas member. That's me. Member of Hamas. Okay. Go over to Casey. Okay. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Again, tomorrow we'll be reading more and then debating Fabian about this stuff. Can't wait. It'll be fun. Seen cooking stream? What? Send. I don't have a. I don't do cooking streams. I should do cooking streams. Maybe I'll do it next time I do a. I don't cook. I microwave shit. Do you think I cook? Love you too, chat. Don't worry.